Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Now, I was going to say tonight's video, actually, it would be this morning's, but for me, it's sort of tonight still. So, I'm doing this video for a bunch of reasons. Request from a friend, one of our friends, and some other folks. And before I could just jump into this, I had to do a little bit of thought organization, I guess. Hey, Travis, how are you? So this video is an attempt. Pearl, how are you? Cosmic hugs to you too. Um, this video is going to be an attempt, not necessarily to try to ex, um, explain what each energy wave does, but to discuss what the waves are doing to us in personal ways. Um, oh, there's all kinds of, gamma rays and this ray and that ray and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going into that. Um, One of the things that seems to be very important is that a lot of folks are being affected by something, and it seems to be an unseen thing. Okay, so these X rays and gamma rays and whatever that are coming in to the Earth um, are affecting different people differently, but we all seem to be affected. That seems to be the general rule of thumb, right? I'm fine, Travis. Thank you. I kind of understand why my spirit guides were showing me the last couple of days about the video I did about invisible monsters, about the one I did last night early. Well, it was yesterday morning, but anyway, about, continuous derivations and so forth. But anyway, one of the things that's most important is there's a lot of energy in the cosmos, period. But there are not all of the energy waves are coming just from the sun. That we have to get that straight. Now, I could say that a majority of them are coming from the sun, and that would be a good statement. But the fact that all of them are coming from the sun is a false statement. Okay, we're getting stuff from different areas. It's been a couple of months ago, but NASA or somebody reported that there was some kind of big energy burst from some distant galaxy, and it had come from us, towards our solar system. So, but anyway, we're getting a lot of different energy from a lot of different places. The galactic center, which is what folks have been telling us we were going to, be running into about this, about this year, so forth, and that it would affect human beings. Okay. Well, in my description kind of thing underneath it, I said, we have the Schumann resonance, which it's a gauge that shows what happens to the Earth after it's hit with cosmic energies. So, but we don't have any kind of meter or gauge or anything as to what this stuff is doing to human beings on this planet. So the Earth is showing us, holy crap, there's some days, it like a week ago Sunday. Well, this is sort of still Sunday. So it was a week ago, and I discussed this in a couple of videos, and several folks raised their hand and said, "Yeah, I'm feeling affected by something." Well, there are some folks who are reporting that some of their relatives or friends or whatever have been acting kind of ornery lately, just just out of, kind of angry, mad, frustrated. And when asked, they really don't know why. Okay. From some personal friends of mine. So, and it's like they don't really know why, but it's happening. So, well, maybe I should go to the doctor. Is my meds wrong? And there must be something wrong with me. Well, now that's one of the first things we all need to recognize. We need to recognize that we are being bombarded by lots of different cosmic rays. When you understand that, does it matter what kind they are or which one's affecting us in a particular way? Not really. Why? Because there's not enough data about it. There's not enough information to be able to correlate and go, yeah, this gamma ray here does this to us, or this does that. Now, there is information out there about different types of radiation and what it does to the body that could be helpful to you. But these cosmic energies that folks are just like really don't quite, they don't understand it. Okay. So, what do we do on a personal basis? Well, this is what I've been doing. And it's my suggestion to folks. And I hope that the people who watch this video will somehow take a little bit of solace in this and go, wait, it's okay. We are all feeling this. You're not alone. Okay. But the first thing all of us need to do is not panic. For example, the other day I was feeling a little agitated, wanted to get down on Duggar. He was being fretful and aggravating himself, kind of thing. And I was like, no, why am I fretful? I haven't been fretful in a while, And I was like, so this isn't my energy. This is something else that's creating this. So I was like, all right, Doug, me and you got to settle this thing, right? But I'm going to win because I'm bigger. It wasn't a big deal, but he was just not paying attention, not minding me over something simple. And I was trying to deal with ants in the house. But to the point, though, I was like, wait a minute. This is, I'm reacting to something that's exterior of me. It's not me per se, but whatever the energies or whatever, I'm having an anxious moment or something. And because they don't normally have them. Okay. So people have different kinds of lives, and folks are going through stressful things with their job or family or kids or whatever, right? Understandable. But one of the things that people need to understand right from the get go is number one, there ain't nothing we can do about it. Okay. But don't let that fret you. Okay. Well, these cosmic energies coming in and they're making me feel different. And yes, they are. They're making a lot of people feel different. So, the best thing that we can do individually is understand that, yes, each one of us is going to be affected by this one way or the other. Okay. Do not be fretful. Don't let it panic you. That's one of the big things because a lot of folks are just don't understand what to do. Well, am I going crazy? I'm feeling things from other people. That's true. When I'm in a bigger city, I'm feeling anxious. There, well, yes, that's true. So understand this. I live in the country, so there are fewer people per square mile. And so therefore the mental thought process in the air around here is very little because there are so few people. But in a big city or a large town, in any town where people are more congregated, okay, and more centralized, there are going to be more people thinking, okay. What's that got to do with it? Their thinking and their thought process become a part of the quantum. It becomes part of the cosmic energy that's around the earth, okay, it becomes part of it. And you go, well, wait a minute. No, well, because we can communicate between us. Some of us have intuitions for each other and etc. So we know this exists, but if we're in a town where a lot of people are dissatisfied, a lot of people are hurt one way or the other by something, right? By government or the mandates or something, right? Whatever, they don't have enough money, whatever it is, they're in a situation, they're in a circumstance, okay? Or circumstances have surrounded them and they don't know how to deal with them physically, I mean, in the world. But now we're getting bombarded by cosmic energies. And so, where we used to be able to like put our feet down and have a base and feel like, we're grounded, we're okay, folks are just feeling that their energies are just kind of, they're just kind of in a way sort of flying apart, in that they can't hold their thoughts straight, and they're whether they're irritated or they feel down and they realize they shouldn't be. uh, Very few people are reporting some kind of like super duper giddy, hey Mossy man, how are you? If the folks that I have spoke to, watched, or whatever are reporting that they're feeling uneasy or anxious or something, I haven't seen any reports of somebody going, wow, I just feel freaking great. Let's go out and run and jump up and down and be happy and joyful and gay and all that stuff. Anyway, but no, I haven't seen any reports of folks talking about that. So it seems that this energy is not necessarily depressing us per se, but because we don't know how to deal with it, and it makes us anxious. The cosmic energy could be actually making us feel anxious because we're being agitated in a similar way that a microwave heats and cooks your food. So you don't see anything, you don't really hear anything. Hey, Alex, how are you? So the first thing we do is we understand, okay, it's there. Yes, the earth is getting hit. Yes, the Schumann resonance shows it, the earth's reaction to this stuff. And if the earth is reacting as large as it is, it just is common sense. We too are being affected. So don't panic, calm down. Everybody on this planet is going through it. All right. You're not alone. That's a biggie, okay? Because people are feeling isolated. They don't know how to deal with it. They don't know what it is that they're feeling. But if you're around any kind of city, it's going to amplify, okay? Because other people are feeling quizzy, or they don't know how to deal with it either. And if you are a person who's more attuned to things, in these last few years, because of your spiritual journey or whatever, right? Your awareness has increased. You may be affected harder than somebody else, okay? But because everyone else is being affected, that energy is going into the ether. It's becoming part of the quantum around the earth, especially now, but it is a part of the quantum realm in other galaxies too. I mean, it's there, okay? So, but because we're closer to the source, if you will, it's affecting us. So we may be, our next door neighbor may be having a really bad day. And so we're not necessarily anxious, but because they're nearby, we may seriously be picking up agitation and so forth from someone else. Okay. And if the whole city's feeling down, or a whole town or area or neighborhood is in a funk, the chances are you could be in that same funk. And so I'm going to use this as the example. And people say, well, that doesn't work. Yes, it does. Okay. The old Western movies where they caught somebody and then the whole town showed up, and the next thing you know, there is a mob rule. They all want to lynch this guy, and the sheriff is going, no, go home. And he's pointing at Jim, going, Jim, your wife and kids, what would they think if they knew you was here? And you're in front of the line. If you come any closer, I'm going to have to shoot you. You know what I mean? So the mob rule, this, people get agitated for whatever reason, and then they follow through with something or feel like they need to follow through with something. But that's just a simple example. So people say, well, that can't really happen. Well, I know when I go to town, I feel different because there are lots more people, and I can understand where some people, uh, I never had any kind of anxiety attacks by being around people. Growing up on the carnival and so forth, learn to deal with stuff. But people who have not had the opportunity to really develop that skill within them, and especially after the last 2 years of everyone having to go home and hide and not be sociable with anyone, that has driven some people further in indoors or into a corner. They don't want to come out. They don't want to speak to anybody, and they don't want to talk about what their feelings are. Okay, and because these energy waves that are affecting each of us differently, I'm gonna get into that in a second. That this energy is just out there. There's no direction to it. It doesn't have any place to go. Why? Because people don't know anything about it. We really don't know anything about it, and so it's just out there. So some folks are kind of sort of mildly in a panic, I'll say, because it's like I feel different, but I don't know what it is. And now what do I do? And am I supposed to like know something different? Am I supposed to be in the fourth dimension now? I mean, there's a mild panic that is in some folks because they've heard from the galactics. I heard this that I don't know, close to 20 years ago, that we were going to have these galactic waves come in about now. The you know the 2022-23 time period. Here we are, right? So let's discuss the human body for a minute. All right. What time is it? 2:16. I kind of sort of got a bowl here. I'm going to have this discussion. Uh, see how everybody is in the chat room. Yeah, because I started at 2, so it's been 18 minutes. Um, yeah, and I got 2:18, Alex. So I started a minute early. Um, every human being is built similarly to other human beings. Similarly, okay? Some of us have type A blood. I think mine is B. We've got a plus and a minus. Some people have type O. Some people have AB. AB positive, AB negative, and blood types within peoples can be a serious business. Okay, um, so just use that as the base for this. Because we have different blood types, different people are going to be affected differently. There are different whatevers in our blood. Okay, now for me, I don't take a lot of stuff, over counter meds, not like I used to. I was taking some heavy duty pain meds and things and stuff to supposedly, not make me crazy. and all that kind of stuff. So, but in the vitamins we take, in I take zinc every day, magnesium. Okay, well, those are minerals. Okay, now my mineral content, because of the clay in my water and so forth, is probably higher than some other people. All right. So, because I have higher levels of certain minerals in my body, these energy waves are going to affect those different minerals differently. So, for each one of us, if somebody's got more potassium or something, um, it could affect their bodily systems, their mental moods, whatever. Here's why: because the blood goes to the brain. Okay, the brain is electrical functions. It's sparking off most of the time, even when we're sleeping. So it's taking control of bodily functions, and the computer's working, and the main's on all the time. So, but because our blood flows through the brain, then that means the potassium. It means, if you take iron pills, B12, the vitamins are flowing through your body, which flows through the brain. So, because of all the electrical that's going on in our brain, it that's going to be one of the first places that when the energy hits us, because we've only got a little bit of skull there, whereas our body and body tissue, muscle, fat, so forth, is going to slow down some of these other things. But the brain is sitting up here just open to the sky, right? So when these energy waves come in, our brain's going to be the first thing that's affected, and the body right after it. Okay, but to the point. Yum yum. Because I failed chemistry, okay, but I understand enough about it because I worked with my dear friend Serge, who was a chemist and bioengineer, and took care of really nasty wastewater and made it clean again. But so what would work in one circumstance with certain chemicals or hazards in water, um, you couldn't use the same formula every time for every instance. You could use a base number and like say, well, with hard metals and stuff in water, we use this particular type of chemical. And if we start here, and if we see precipitation, in other words, we see stuff falling out of the water and settling down to the bottom, we know that, wow, our base sample is sort of zero. We know that, woo, we've got some interaction here. Well, if you have a bad batch of water and you use the base formula and nothing happens, well, then you have to increase whatever it is to try to get the particles to it's called precipitate, to drop out of the water. And you can literally watch this stuff just, okay. So, because of that, our bodies, each one of us, our chemistries are slightly different. Our pH is different. And my pH can vary from day to day depending on what I eat. So, um, our pH values in us, all of these things will reflect and or absorb these particles. Some particles, energy waves, will go through things faster. But if there is a lot of a particular vitamin that may hinder that um, cosmic wave, slow it down, or maybe simply make it flutter in our body. Kind of sort of like a microwave when popcorn is popping. You can hear it kind of rattling around in the bag. So why is this explanation necessary? because every person is similar, but we're none of us the same. Okay. So, some family members in my family had had diabetes. At my age at the moment, knock on wood, at 69 and a quarter, got to keep that joke running. At 69 and a quarter, I don't have, as far as I know, diabetes. All right. I don't have any of the symptoms that I'm aware of. I haven't had my blood sugar checked in a while, but but my grandfather died like at the age of 67. I've already outlived him in years, right? Um, and one of his issues with diabetes in his later on in when he retired, kind of thing. So, but anyway, but because I'm from the same bloodline, family line, DNA kind of thing, but I don't have it. Okay. So, and not all of his sons and daughters had diabetes, but many of them did. And so it's like, but I don't. My sister doesn't. And I don't think any of my brothers and sisters that I met up north this last summer. So, but does that, but we all take care of our bodies a lot differently than our grandfather did and some of the other family members. Our a couple of them are slightly overweight, but most of us are pretty healthy. We watch what we eat, we exercise. Okay, so different from grandpa, right? But could we still have the propensity if our dietary situations changed or something like that? Now, what was interesting that my sister Lynn, who is a couple of years younger than me, and our one of our younger sisters, Eileen, they have the same stomach issue, like a type of GERD. Hey, Regen, how are you? Um, so is that hereditary? I know when I was a young man, I had stomach problems all the time. And I could have had this GERD or whatever, but I changed my diet, I changed attitude, and it went away. But I still need to maintain be careful with what I eat. Otherwise, I'm going to have stomach issues. I know it, I've lived with it, so I'm careful. But other folks, they're careful, but not as careful as they ought to be. And my sister had a bout with it while we were away on holiday. She's much better now, but she knew she had, overdone it with some stuff. And she paid for it drastically. God bless her. But she's better now. But so what's this got to do with cosmic energy? That's my point. I'm using my family members to say that even though we're brother and sister, she's got separate issues. So not all of us, because we have the same blood type or whatever, not all of us have the same reaction to life, to whatever, right? It's easier for some of them to gain weight quicker, so they got to watch their calories. I and my metabolism is different, as is one of my other brothers who's as thin as I am, kind of thing. But which is we feel like it's a good thing. We eat too much and we feel bloated, and we don't feel like we got to purge, but we don't want to eat anymore. We want to run it off or something. Maybe not eat so much the next day. So what we eat, how much we eat, because it's in our bodies, becomes a part of us. All right. So whatever's in the food, if there's any kind of metal or metallics or something like that, if there's iron in spinach, it's going, different gamma, whatever energy waves we're reaching, is going to hit the body and react differently. So depending on what you eat, your vitamins and your mineral content could and probably will have an effect. Personally, we may have similar effects between us human beings. Um, if it's brown, it's down. Time to do a big deer time hunting to get red meats. Yeah, I spent this afternoon pulling the hair off of a deer hide that I want to make a drum out of. And but anyway, yeah. You go see light displays for Christmas parades. Yeah, it is. Down here in South Georgia too. They're like the city of Tifton, the park. They set up these light displays, and people drive through the park at night, and it's really cool. As much as sometimes I want to go, bah humbug, too much commercialization or something. There's just something about lights at Christmas. Sorry, but I'm a sucker for it. But anyway, so with the energy waves coming in, because there are different compounds in each and every one of us, because our bodies react differently to different foods and so forth, like diabetes or too much sugar, whatever it is, we have to take that into account. So, whatever your body mass or whatever, a heavier person or or whatever might not have the same reaction as I do, having, being, I'm thinking of my brother who's almost 100 pounds heavier than I am. He's 250 and I'm like 165. Well, wait a minute, that's not 100. But anyway, so 70 pounds difference, So how these energy waves react with him, his body type, etc., may not be the same as it affects me, and vice versa, right? Because I'm thinner, it affects me differently than it affects him. So we have to take these basic things into consideration. Okay, so you wake up and you're feeling, wow, I must be getting hit by energy waves. Okay, so check the Schumann resonance before you go off on a tangent and see if the earth has responded to anything. All right. And remember that it's already happened when you see it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going on unless you go back in 30 minutes and check it and see if their little chart is still, freaking out and going off the chart. So then you can say, well, the earth is getting hit and okay. So that's one clue right there. You can say, well, the earth is responding to something, right? Therefore, I must be. So the first thing that should do is calm your head. I'm not going to die, whatever it is. Mother Earth is reacting, and I just kind of got to hold on. I got to hang on. Now, over 2 years ago, going on 3 years ago or more, when I was on Milky Way Weekly with Brian Barnett before he passed away, we did one show all about energy waves and about solar, and I showed people that there are these satellites out there, and there's all these things that you can check, and so it's up to you. You can check and see what's been coming at us. But folks were asking, what do we do? And I said, it's going to be, we need to find an inner tube, like we were at the beach on the ocean. We need to get in our inner tubes and hold on, because then waves are going to come in. We're going to go up one side down, and we're going to like, what? And the next thing we're going to go on to the backside. Where's Dante? He's taking a break. Every year they do this, and folks freak out. Whatever it is they do, they go back over the videos, republish, or whatever they're doing. It's sort of, it's what they do. But there's a Dagmar channel, and I can't remember. There are two other backup channels, and if anything needs to come out, they're there. And there's been a couple of things, but they're, whatever it is this time of year that they do, they're doing it. So, but people freak out. Haven't heard from Dante in a while. I used to do the same. Okay. But he warned us, I don't know, about a week before it went down. And then he did a short video and said, it's okay. We're just doing maintenance and upkeep. We'll be back. So AK, I would say that just be patient. It's okay. Doesn't mean anything horrible has gone bad. If so, it would have been on the other two channels. Marilyn, how you doing? So these energy waves that are coming in, so biologically, you have to understand these basics. And since there's a couple of new folks, I'll restate them quickly. Know that they're there. Know that they affect us. They affect Mother Earth. Know that every single person on every person, you're welcome. Every person, every animal, every tree, every bush, everything is being affected by this. It ain't just um, people. I mean, everything is being affected somehow, some way, and because different things vibrate at different frequencies. So as a metallurgist type person, machinist, and whatever, different metals had different properties. We used to do the spark test, and there you can tell by certain colors or how many colors or the lack of certain colors as to what type of metal is it is, simply by doing what the old machinists called a spark test. And there are some companies that still do that, and they use a special infrared camera that, as it sparks, it'll every little tiny little spark, it will show a color or whatever, and then it'll put it out on a spectrum sheet and um, give you a readout as to the percentages of what metal the spark saw. Anyway, it's interesting. So, but with that knowledge in me, now I can't remember what everyone is, but to the point, they do have it. So in chemistry, and we have certain minerals and stuff in us, which some of them are metallic in nature. Aluminum, those folks who use an antiperspirant, for example, they've got aluminum in them, and so aluminum's going to react differently to any kind of waves coming at it. You know what I mean? So just understand that, oh, well, okay, I'm a human being. We're all being affected. Okay, so I'm not alone. That's one. The next thing is, let me check the Schumann resonance and see if what I'm feeling at the moment is related to something that's going on at the moment. So you don't have to go off and go get worried that, oh my God, I don't know what it is. Okay, so one thing to do is like, whoa, I feel, let me check the Schumann. Well, okay, there's no activity, and there hasn't been any activity in several hours. So it must not be that. Now, it doesn't mean that we're not getting hit by energies, okay? But first, you got to find out if the Earth is really going through one, and it would be obvious. So, what you do is just say, it'd be like, you're going down a bumpy road. If you turn around, you're still going to be on the bumpy road till you get off of it. But you got to go this direction. So, you put up with the bumpy road, right? So, sometimes these energy waves, and they're not just coming from the sun, okay? They're coming from other parts outside the galaxy, our solar system, and outside the galaxy, because we're out on this tail edge of the Milky Way. And, so there are things that are coming from other areas of the universe because we're sticking out here on the edge. We can get slapped by it. But also, we've been warned for years now that there are waves of energy heading towards us from the center of the galaxy, the center of the Milky Way. All right. So, but not all these can be seen or detected. It's no. Is it a walkthrough? Travis, I don't remember how to do it. It would take me a day to remember how to do the wrench thing. Please don't ask. Okay. Um, is it a walkthrough? I don't quite get that, Regen. But anyway, We know they're there. Okay, no big deal. Could something kill us? Maybe, but all right. Um, Everybody's going to be affected. I'm running back down through my list. So once you understand this, then you don't feel alone. Oh, I got you. It's supposed to be simple, but I can't get there now. Okay. I'm not trying to be rude. I just, honestly just some days certain brain power, and at the moment they got me connected to a line. So everybody's affected somehow, including the earth. Um, but the human doesn't always show why we may feel the way we do. It may have been a day ago that we got blasted with something, and our body's just catching up to it because there might have been a frequency change within it, within us, but it's sort of taken a day to manifest. Also, there are stuff that's not coming from the sun and different stuff that isn't going to agitate Mother Earth much. It'll be a certain frequency that comes in. It will show up at times as a really background line on the Schumann. And there'll be this little bright green line all the way across it in the background for days. And so the earth is reverberating at this certain frequency. And sometimes it's up here, and sometimes it's a lower, but it's there. So it might not be off the chart screaming at us, but if we look at the chart and understand other things that are coming from the sun and the universe, there are there are things coming in still that don't, um, shake, rattle, and roll their instruments. So then, what next? Keep taking your supplements and stuff like that, and just be aware that maybe some things that you eat because of these changes in the air, the atmosphere, the earth, and us, we may not, certain foods or things might not agree with us anymore. Keep an eye on that. I've talked with a couple of people about that, and they were like, "Man, I just can't eat this anymore. It upsets me." So don't try it. Don't try to eat it anymore. The body and your system is trying to recalibrate in some way. You don't really understand it, but if you eat a piece of fried chicken, and even though it's a good one and it's not great, but you kind of get upset, then it may be time for you to go to baked chicken. I mean, that's what I had to do. So fried chicken, just can't do it. Love it, can't eat the skin, but even if I take the skin off the fried chicken, there's something different. So I but baked, broiled in the oven or something, absolutely. Grilled, absolutely. Fried, can't do it. Is it the oils or the thing? Don't know. But my point is, I can't eat fried chicken. One piece can tear me up for days. Okay. Even home fried chicken can do it to me. Maybe not as bad as out on the street, and but to the point. So do I try? If somebody says, "Hey, let's go eat fried chicken," I go, "Well, you go eat fried chicken. I'll find something else. It's okay. I'll deal with it." And but our body changes. So our bodies have been undergoing some of these new frequencies, and the human resonance has shown us we have been bombarded by a bunch of stuff. With all the sunspots on the sun this year and so forth, and all of the solar flares and things that have just racked poor Mother Earth and us. We're a part of this deal. But remember, it's all of us. Everything on this planet is being affected by this. Okay. Now, moving on. How can we? What can we do? Is there anything we can do? Now, I've had my conversations with my guide folks, and I'm like, What is there? It, come on, guys. All this stuff is out there in the universe. The whole earth is getting bombarded. We're sunk, ain't we? And they're like, not quite. So my question to my friends up yonder was like, what you talking about, Willis? What do you mean, not quite? Here's the best thing to do, the best protection, the best whatever. And it also works for other things too, like, uh, well, let me get into it. Okay. Let me have a toke and a drink, and I'll get to this next part. So, about the food or whatever. So, you and your family members might all feel something. And if you're all awoke enough to be able to discuss it between you, it's like, okay, I feel odd today. Any of y'all feeling odd today? Visions, things here is, you're hearing going wacko, stomach agitated. Do you feel, and, so you can discuss it amongst yourself because you locally might be being affected by your neighborhood and other things. Okay. It's a very real deal. So um, I keep trying to warn folks the best way, it's not the only, but you can wear crystals that or different types of not just a crystal like a quartz crystal. That might be the wrong thing. In what I studied for years is that black tourmaline, which I dug myself out of North Georgia mountains. I still have some around here, and it's like literally little rocks are all around the house, inside and out, for protection. Um, but that a piece of black tourmaline in your pocket, wouldn't necessarily wear it all the time, but a piece of black tourmaline around you, near you, something might help. All right, you could look at. There are people who use organite to try to dispel this stuff. Um, for me, the story's out on the organite, and here's the reason: because different people are making the organite in different ways using different. Nobody's using the same formula. All right. They're twisting wire clockwise and calling it counterclock. There's a lot of stuff. And folks don't really know. They say, I'm asked, well, what's in this? Well, there's some aluminum in there and there's some brass. And I'm like, do you understand that dissimilar metals, any two metals that are not alike, and even two metals that are closely alike, will rust? What do you mean? Well, you just mix the brass and aluminum together. Well, so where'd you get that? Oh, the spirit told me to do this. Well, the spirit ain't a metallurgist, okay? And you got some bad information. Why? Because the aluminum will rust. What? Yes, aluminum does rust. If you put a steel rivet in to put two pieces of aluminum together, it's gonna be bad over the years. That because of the different metals, there's going to be an electrolytic thing. So, but people are making organite and just throwing stuff in there. Well, Creator told me to do it like this, and I'm like, y'all don't have a clue on what y'all are doing. Well, somebody told me to get some aluminum and some metal dust from a machinist, and did you rinse off the oil? Well, no. Well, there's contaminants in that oil and stuff. And what? Yeah. Oh no, I got some shavings for this, and I picked up some of that, and I got and then you poured it in the mold, and you're giving or selling it to people as organite, and that it's supposed to dispel energy and stuff when you really don't have a clue as to what you're doing. Okay. I tried it, I was working on it, and I had some serious discussions with my spirit guides, and they asked me to please stay away from it because I didn't want to be responsible for putting some stuff together and it not do what my intention of it wanted, you know. And I've seen and listened to people that are script, and I'm like, do you have any clue about the what metals do in this? No. Then why? Oh well, you know, the creator, and I just thought it'd look cool. Okie dokie. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So a piece of organite might work for you, or it might actually be worse for you. Just because somebody says that this is for that doesn't necessarily mean it's for you. Okay. And it doesn't necessarily mean in the long run will it work, because they're mixing stuff together. Ain't just shouldn't be mixed together. Okay. For a bunch of reasons. Different metals have different frequencies, and you want to change but so you're adding brass and steel and aluminum together in this thing, and you go, boy, you creating a mess, you know, as far as scattering energy waves and stuff. Well, okie dokie, but you had a conversation with God and said, make it this way. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. So, buyer beware. But because each of us are different, our polarities are different, our pH values are different, the amount of magnesium or zinc that we have, both of which are minerals type metals. So if you've got more zinc and magnesium in you today, and the energy waves are trying to get through your body, they're going to react and refract and be different than if those vitamin levels are lower in 2 days and we get a really huge wave of energy, you might not feel it the same way because the compounds within us have changed. Okay. This is really very real. Okay. You know, why do they keep you from having any milk or anything before, or you know, the before you get any kind of x-rays or certain things or procedures, right? Because they don't want it to interfere, right? They want your system to be cleaned out so it'll be as close to like normal as possible without any you know, foreign objects in it. So but anyway, like food or whatever, but you know, um how do we deal with it? I've meditated on this and just flat out, you know, okay, guys, how do we deal with this? We deal with it by increasing our own auras. Okay. Now, there are some exercises in how to do this. Different people use different methods, but here's the basic thing. You've heard me talk for years about what is important for us, that we as individuals keep our core values, our core energy strong, right? And believe it, understand it, and have faith in it, you know, confidence. And that's the strength of us, each individually, but collectively, for each person who has a decent control of their aura and their energy, then we are like-minded beings. So we are on more of the same level as other people who aren't even aware of it, you know? So whether they're in control of it or not doesn't matter. But if they're not even aware that they have an aura, then it's kind of hard to like get into the subject with them, right? So each person has an aura. The colors can change depending on mood and so forth. All right. So if our here is something I would suggest for folks, because it is a kind of sort of an easier way to get into it. Find some kind of music that will put you in the mood. You close your eyes now to get the idea of the aura. Closing the drapes or doing it at night, In the dark, you light a candle. And the candle, it's sort of a candle meditation, but it's not, but it is, but it ain't. You use the candle, and when you close your eyes and you still stare at the candle, you can still see it through your eyelids. Don't focus on it, but the light that's coming through, the warmth that you feel from the candle as you're closing your eyes and you're getting meditated, then you take the light of the candle, that warmth, and you surround yourself in it. You picture yourself not as a candle burning, but as the light from the candle. And you just feel, just however you want to picture it, okay, that you're just covered in this really nice candlelight glow. And so that's the first step, so that you can imagine it and see it in your mind's eye. There's this layer all around you that is your aura, and it's yours. It ain't somebody else's. Now, your aura can be affected by other people. It can be affected by being closer to people or things, or electrical fields or chemicals. There's a lot of stuff that can affect our auras. So, but the best thing that we can do from all of the above is to make sure our aura is strong, our core value. We need to make sure we are strong, and be damned with whatever's going around us. Will we still have some of these things affect us? Yes. But by having more control of our aura, if these things come in and try to bother us, our aura is kind of going to, keep it from making us too wonky. Why? Because we're in control of our auras. So it's our shield. It's our, it's our force field. Everybody's got a force field around them. So practice making sure that your force field is intact, that it's up, it's working, and that you know that it's there. And you can be at work and just have a thought, you know, I'm just gonna, okay, aura, okay, shield, okay, body, however you want to picture this or describe it to yourself. Um, and if you smile, if you're happy, that aura will extend on its own. If you're troubled and fearful and down in the dumps, your aura is going to suck. It's going to be really narrow and you're going to be very vulnerable. So, music now to set the mood. Now, personally, for me, I don't want to be dependent on music, because there are times when I'm out in the woods or something, I'm off somewhere, and I can't get access to that music. Now, is it helpful for people? Yes. Now, but pick something like nice, quiet flute music or something, or some meditative kind of music to help you at first to do the candle ceremony and to see your aura, okay? And to see it with your third eye, all right? Don't try to overthink it or nothing. You're you just there is a light all around you and it's yours. So then later on you can smile, and that will increase the energy flow of your aura. And if you're in a bad mood, so put on something that's light and airy, not something that's like dum dum dum. You don't want that. So the music will set the mood for the candle ceremony. Now, after you are aware of this and have, can, and you feel like, yeah, I got this. Um, it you have to stay in practice with it. Okay, it's not something you can like do it once or twice. No, you have to be conscious of it. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to consciously think about it all the time, but a couple of points through your day, you go, oh, let's see, oh, let me make sure my aura is out good, and smile. Think of a joke, think of something funny, and expand aura, right? Keep it strong. It'll also keep other entities from having their free will with your psychic energy and stuff. Because if your aura is up and strong, it's really difficult for some of these critters to even touch you, okay? Even spiritually. So, um, by having you yourself strong, no matter what happens, energy wise or otherwise, you got this, okay? But if your energy level and you don't have yourself and your aura in control, and you hear some news and you go, "Oh, them sons of bitches," and blah blah blah, and off you go, that's a signal you just lost control of your aura. I know I lose control of it several times through each day when I read to the news, and I go, okay, that's why you can get mad or angry, but keep it like I'm down to 5 minutes, sometimes 2.5 of getting pissed at something. But if something's making you angry, like the other day with the dog, I was like, man, and I literally pushed Duggar outside so I wouldn't get mad at him. And he was like, but I want to be in the house. And I know, go outside for your own safety. Because I used underfoot and it was aggravating me to just, I was like, why is he aggravating me? And for whatever reason, but a friend of mine was here and his energy is different. Okay. Now I was feeling twinges of the energy thing before he showed up unannounced. So I didn't have time to prepare myself for someone coming over, and then I had ants and Duggar and stuff, and I was like, but as it was going on, I was like, something's different here. For whatever reason that this has bothered me and the way that it's bothered me that hasn't been like this in a long time, this needs to stop, Dave, like right now. And I did. I took care of it, but the fact that it happened has put these thoughts in my head like, so what's the best way for me to take care of it? And in asking this question for other people, they're like, Dave, make sure your aura, make sure you're centered, make sure you got it, right? And I had just kind of sort of woke up and had done like an all-night video with y'all and didn't get the right amount of sleep, and the dog was being aggravating, and so it just and then somebody shows up, and it was just, but it shouldn't have happened with the feelings that I had at the time. Very different, very strange, and thought they were always, those kinds of things were gone. So what does that mean for me? Well, I must have been bombarded or whatever, and I woke up, and because it had only been like 10 or 15 minutes when company and all this happened. So um, that I did not have control of my aura because I hadn't had my coffee yet. I mean, you know what I mean? So, but as soon as I gained that and sat down, and it was like the feeling was over. I was control of me, and whatever feeling that was trying to creep in, I just kept saying, "Nah, go away." Well, I don't know. It's agitating me. Well, only if you let it. This is my conversation to me. So it was like, so it wants to be agitating. So sit here, and I pretended like I was a popcorn popper for a minute. I pretended I was a washing machine, and I got agitated. Okay. And then when I had this little playtime with my body, I just stopped and went, okay, that's that. But now through the day, I still have this little twinge of something. And I just was like, well, somewhere out there in the universe, there's a twinge running rampant through the ether, through the quantum. And I'm just reacting to it. So it's okay. I wasn't sick. There wasn't anything wrong. As far as I know, there wasn't anybody I should be worried about. I paid my bills, nothing to have created that feeling. So, but when I'm like, damn, why is it like this? My spirit guides were like, everybody's feeling this, and you just got up on the wrong side of the bed, and you need to sit down and have your coffee and get yourself back. Oh, okay. So since then, and as a follow up, it's like, Hawkeye, just take a couple of seconds just to say, you know, to like reaffirm um, that you're aware of your aura. Like, okay, aura, be nice and strong today. Or, hey, aura, how you do? I mean, just at some no precise time, just allow yourself to think it out loud. And just keep going. You don't have to stop and meditate and do on it. Now, the meditation, if you don't have control of it, and so if you're really new to this, then start out with the candle meditation. Very simple, dark room, quiet, or some really nice, subtle music in the background. Nothing beady or boomy. No, because you don't want. There are people who get, in order to get into the meditative state, the music becomes necessary. They can't meditate without the music. So, but try the music if you're having issues, but please do not depend on the music. Okay. Now, for me, there are times when I get my drum, but I'll drum a little bit and then and it kind of sets the mood. But not every time I sit down do I need to have the drum. But I can hear and feel the drum in my head, in my presence, if you will. But so learn to be able to do it on your own, because you may be somewhere that your agitation level goes wacko, and you ain't got the music to get you in the mood, or to you need to be able to grab a hold of yourself and go, stop it. I want control of my aura. I want I want control of my core. Whatever manifestation that's trying to affect you. Um, so with different radiations, though, as some of them are coming in, and check your area. And that one video I did about radiation, that wearing a simple plastic $2 plastic rain poncho from Walmart's or whatever will help some of these radiations from hitting you, children, and that kind of thing. So, but what can we do about it? Mostly, not a lot. We have to write it out, every single one of us. But if we're in control of our emotions, if we have control of ourselves, if we understand that some days we might feel agitated when other people don't, because each person's makeup is different, like blood types, etc. At, as I stated an hour ago. But to that point, so don't freak out. That's the biggest thing. Try to think calmly. Yeah, we might have had a big energy wave coming in. I'll check I'll check the Schumann later. Okay, and see what's. But here's the thing: for me, when it's happening now, that I've been practicing this for the last couple of years, at least three. Okay, in that if I have these other feelings or emotions or whatever, the first thing I stop and say, is this my emotion or is it somebody else's? Okay. Is this my tension or fear or depression? No, I'm not depressed about anything. Well, then it ain't mine. So then don't accept it. Now, there may be somebody that you know who's in a funk, and you may be picking up on their depression or their energy issue, and it affects you. This is very real. It does happen. And in these heightened times of these energy fields and so forth, there are people who are picking up other folks' stuff and claiming it for their own when it ain't theirs. Somebody else on the other side of the planet is having a bad day, but because they're connected somehow, they're picking it up. And then it manifests in their life. I know this happens. It happens to me. I'm like, wait a minute. I'll sit here and cry for 3 or 4 minutes and can't stop. Don't know why. Somebody out there is having a mournful moment. So instead of trying to stop and quit, I just let the tears roll and go, who's ever this crying is for, I hope it cleanses you. Because I know it ain't mine, right? So it's like whoever is in my brain level that's having crying, I don't know who you are, don't really care, but I hope this helps to wash away whatever it is. And I'm going to pray for you in that, you'll feel better as soon as you get your cry on after you're done. So, but the biggest thing that I've learned to realize is that what was making me crazy many years ago was I was feeling empathic to other people. I was picking up other folks' vibrations and thought they were mine. And because no one could teach me about this back then. And so when I started having my, come to Jesus meetings and go, okay, universe, what the hell is all this about? And then, over the years, they have shown that you're picking up other people's stuff, Dave. You got to stop that. You hear it and you, oh, that it must be mine. There must be something wrong with me. Nah, it's somebody else. And you're just feeling it. So that's when they started teaching me to become the observer, right? You hear me talk about it all the time. Be the damn best observer you can be with all the strength you can muster and all the great light within you to protect you and act as your shield, so you can keep an eye on stuff. But also realize that the feeling you may be having, and there it used to take me an hour to like, why do I feel this way? And who now it's under 2 minutes, and I have like, if there's somebody out there that is feeling this, then okay, universe, let me know. So then I get out of whatever that mood is simply by saying, okay, I've had the cry for whoever it is, but it ain't mine. It's not my feeling. I'm picking someone else's stuff up. So therefore, I can pick me up really quick. If I'm crying because of something that emotionally has bothered me personally, totally different. It might take me a couple hours or a day or two, maybe even to get out of it. But if it's somebody else's stuff, snap right out of it. Because as soon as you realize it's not your emotion, whoop, it ain't mine, then I must be feeling okay. So whatever I'm feeling, upset or what, it ain't mine. Wow, what a relief. And so by identifying these things, because they're going to agitate other people's whatevers, and you can be really close to somebody else who's getting agitated and they don't have control. And it's going to affect you because of your side connection with whoever these other folks are, right? Be aware of all this stuff. Awareness of it is like 50% of it. Because if you're not aware of any of it, then it's going to drive you nuts. But if you're at least aware, well, it could be coming from over here. Does it really matter? No. Does it matter if it's coming from this galaxy or the sun or the center of the solar system or someplace else? No, it really doesn't. Because we just have to understand we're getting bombarded by a lot of cosmic stuff. Period. Where, how, what, you can do your own investigation, but the bottom line of it is it doesn't matter because the solution is still the same. Do you have your stuff together? Are you confident? Do you have your aura on and burning and shining? Or are you worried about other things and you can't get, and you're in a bad mood, and therefore your aura is going to suck? Negative energy, bad moods, depression, your aura is going to be like this thick and the wrong color. So pick yourself up out of it as soon as possible. We're human, okay? We're allowed to cry or be emotional, but then drop it. You can still think about it from the observer's point of view, but as soon as you take your emotions out of the subject and go, well, I had a really bad day and blah blah blah, but you're not crying, right? Well, I had a really bad day today and blah blah blah, and I missed the train and I had a flat tire. Oh, gee, or or from the observer storyteller's point of view, you can say, I've had a really crappy day. Flat tire, missed the train, blah blah, whatever, right? Um, but there's no emotion in it. So, as the storyteller observer versus the person who is emoting emotions from the end of their day. Now, it's okay if you're at the end of your day and you're venting, vent and then stop. Get over it. Okay. Oh, it was a crappy day, but now it's over with. I'm good. And drop it. Because if you can't and you're still lingering with things and emotions and stuff, then quite frankly, those are the signs that you do not have control of your core stuff. It's leaking energy over here. Something is bothering you and agitating you. It's okay for something to agitate you for a short time. That's the whole trick. So if this emotion is carried on and you brought it home with you from work or wherever, and you're still on about it after you've had supper and you're tossing the dishes and pans because you're still, the topic's still in your head, then quite frankly, those are signs you don't have control. So do the best you can. If music will help you to relieve stress or whatever, by all means. But again, from the standpoint of the candle meditation, use music or something calming the first time or two to help you set. But please, please learn to do it on your own. Because when you're out in the wild and you need to stay calm and there are other people upset and you don't want to become part of that mob, you need to keep control. Now, you might have a song in your mind, or like for me, there was a drum group from Minnesota years ago, and somewhere I've got their CD. And um, there are times when I will think about the songs on that CD, and I'll think about those because I met them, right, and I was like, so I'll just kind of da, 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 da. So for me, hearing the drum song in my head, not any particular one, but a drum song, for me calms me, right? So if things are getting out of hand, and I need to hear the drum. And so internally, I can hear somewhere somebody's drumming. And that's what the ancients and elders have said. Somewhere there is someone always drumming. And all you have to do, we have to do, is tune ourselves into the heartbeat of Mother Earth. So, as the focal point, if for us native folk, which you should be as well, um, listen for Mother Earth's heartbeat. For me, it's the drum, which is the heartbeat. So I like, okay, somewhere there's a drum going on. And I can kind of hear it right now. Hey, hey, don't. And so whatever's going on, because for me as my shaman in training, um, the drum is part of me, and I am part of the drum. I am part of Mother Earth, and Mother Earth is a part of me. So therefore, I'm a part of the drum. And so if I listen, I will hear it. If my heart is true, then Mother Earth will allow me to hear the drum wherever I'm at, right? So the music part, if you got to have music to get started with, you can think of those songs or a song or a tune or something. If that helps you to find your center or remind you that maybe you're not paying enough attention to your own energy source, to your own aura, right? And be aware that if you fly out the handle or crying or something, stop yourself. You might keep crying, but I mean, your brain's going to go, wait a minute, what am I doing? What's going on? Is this my emotion? Whether or not it's the universe's affecting you, it could be affecting someone else that's close to you, and you're feeling their agitation. Yes, it happens all the time. And if you may not even be connected to the person, if you live in a neighborhood or something, there could be people around you, you're picking up their stuff. How do you protect from it? You make sure that you got your stuff together. Because if stuff's coming in from places you don't know, you're going to know it ain't from you automatically. You will practice this and you'll know, wait a minute, that thought ain't mine. That's coming from some odd place. Well, and then you can like go through your little Rolodex in your head and go, does this frequency remind me of Esty or Regen or Travis? Is Travis thinking about me? Is this, there are times when, um, you know, um, uh, Elderberry and I have just like had really similar, connections. Brian Barnett and I had connections. Robert V and I have shown these connections, and Teresa and Michelle. We've had these mind things, right? But it's like wow, same time, and even Miss Delaney probably too. Hey, Gerald, you too, Gerald. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So, but the universe is absolutely always changing and altering. Well, thanks, Travis. And that's just the thing. I mean, there are several times through the day I say my prayer that I say here at the beginning and end of each of my videos. And I say it, while I'm walking around with a dog or going to get the mail or what. I mean, I'll be sitting there maybe watching a movie or something, and I'll, like, I hope everybody out there's doing well. Prayers to all my friends and neighbors, and and maybe there's a person who will come to mind. But I so many times each day do I send prayers out to the group. I don't count it. I just do it, right? So and it's just a passing thought, but it is with intention. And for me, it's a continuation of my prayer. So for every time I think aloud, wow, hope everybody in the group's doing good. Okay, that's my prayer that's being um, reinforced. It's 4:23. Oh, it's 3:24 now. Oh man, I'm a couple minutes. Okay, I got a little bit here in the bowl. I did not want to make this a long video. I really didn't, because then nobody will want to watch because it'll be too long. And I got somebody's going to come by in the morning and take me to town to pay taxes and stuff. So um, you're still alive and well. That's good. Either that, it's your ghost that's typing. But anyway, there are some people that are going to want to try to explain it to other people. You know, people are going to be flying off the handle for no reason. We have to be the calm ones and go, it's okay, you know. Well, I feel this way and I really want to, you know, I want to kill something. Kill. I want to. Calm down. It's okay. It's all right. Don't get mad with them. Don't holler at them. Our calmness will help. Um, and if you can learn how to use the calm your calmness, it's a great power. But I would rather use the word talent because it is a talent. But patience and the words you choose in when somebody else is angry, you can put that fire out without any kind of conflict, you know. And it's for me, it's not like I want to go out and find conflicts to deal with them. But when conflicts have arisen over the years, it's like, ooh, I get a chance here to calm folks down, right? So you try something, a word or a phrase, and for me, it's like, well, this situation is not like any I've seen, so I better tiptoe carefully, like just simply by making eye contact with people and calm down, turn to the other person, calm down, let's talk about this, you know, blah, 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 scream, holler, let's talk about this, you know, instead of screaming, well, let's, you know, just, you know, so just by doing something, you don't, well, he's right, you're wrong. Nah, you don't get into it. What you do is you simply try to calm the situation. If somebody's really depressed and crying and everything, it's all right for you to say, well, why? Well, I understand why you're crying, and that's okay. But you know, we need to be happy. You can't be like this. Well, I don't want to. You know, so something along the line is then it's our duty to cheer someone up, or at least if they feel lonely and there's nobody that understands them, then you be that person, and they may not see you, but you're going to smile if you're giving them a hug and they're crying and you know, on your t-shirt or whatever, but you can smile and give that smile to the person you're giving a hug to or that you're talking to or whatever, and they don't know what you're doing, but you're changing their aura, you're changing the mood, you've accepted, you have I was going to say laminated with them, but that's lamented with them. You might have got laminated with them too, I don't know. But the key thing is that you have made a connection, and if your energy is strong and stable, then after they have vetted or cried or whatever, then they will pick up on your strength because they'll see that you're calm and that you have helped them by being calm and not getting upset or whatever, and you don't placate them. It's not like, oh baby, it's okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, you know, you give them comfort and say, it's okay. I understand. Keep the words to a bare minimum, right? So, but we intervene when necessary, but we damn sure stay out of stuff. We do not want to get involved directly when people are whacked out on energies they don't understand. And for those of us, for me, I mean, I get it. I'm trying to explain it to you. And that sure, these energies have made me feel weird lately, but I understand that it must be something else. It ain't me. Maybe there's somebody that's having a troubled day, but I don't get any information from the universe as to who it might be. So I send prayers out to my friends and neighbors, all y'all and folks, family, etc. And if there's nothing out there that belongs to them or to you guys, you know what I mean? Then it must be something in the universe that I ain't got nothing to do with. It ain't mine. It's not my emotion, and therefore it's not my problem. But it will try its best to agitate me, and I just Don't know who you are or where you're from, but go away. Meaning whatever the feeling is, or the emotion, whatever you are, but it just nah, ain't having it. Blah blah blah. You want to cry or get angry? Nah, you no. I got this. I'm in control. I say it out loud. I don't care if there's anybody around. If I need to take control of myself in a situation, they can hear me all I want. You know, and well, that guy's talking to himself. Yeah, but he's trying to take control of his emotions. Something's trying to upset him, and he's resisting it. What? Oh, okay. You know, if we give in to our emotions, if we give in to whatever it is, well, this energy is making me feel creepy. And then you stay creepy all day without trying to rein that in and go, well, I feel creepy, but I'm going to go on. Is it coming from anywhere? I mean, you can take 5 minutes and go down your list of stuff in your head or whatever, emotions, people, anything going. And if it ain't yours, get out of it, because there's a lot of other stuff in the universe. And for each one of us that's getting our brains woke up more, we're going to pick up other people's shit. And we just don't need it. But it's really easy for people who are empathic to pick this stuff up. That it ain't yours. So don't keep it. And don't let it bother you. If it ain't yours, just, well, it ain't mine. And just drop it. You don't have to carry it. Well, I used to, well, I wonder where it's coming from. I wonder, I'm advising you, don't do that. Because it took me several years of getting slapped, bapped, and otherwise, because I would like, well, I need to call people and find out if there's something wrong. And is it this person who's sending me? Is it what? Oh, man. And that just made me crazier. Okay. And it will make you crazier. If it ain't you or somebody right around you and it's their emotion, then drop it. Now, if it is somebody's emotion, and then take control of it. And if it's trying to bring you down, close your eyes and do that little candle routine in your head and think about your aura being more protected, and that whatever might be out there can't get in because you got your shield up, and it's deflecting and protecting you, and feel confident in it. Now, there are times when stuff's gonna still trying to seep through. It's okay because we're human beings. We're not perfect. But if something slips in and it ain't yours because you're doing this exercise, it may be that it's like, now whatever this thought is, something. Okay. And it's like, but I've got my shield up and it can't get me. Well, then I wonder why I'm attached to whatever this is. But the first thing you realize is it ain't your thought. It doesn't have anything to do with you. It is a problem. It's out in the universe, whatever. It's in the neighborhood. It's at the neighbors, but it's not you. So that when you realize that, you can go, well, I'm okay then. I'm good. So whatever this is out there, it ain't mine. So that is a very powerful, very, very, very powerful tool. And if you don't use it, then some of these energies and some of this other stuff could quite literally, in so many words, eat you alive. So I love you all. I am warning you though that whatever stuff is coming, if you don't have control of you, that is going to be a really bumpy road, really bumpy. Because for me, if I know there's a bumpy road coming up because of my neck and I get rattled easy in some of the bestest of vehicles, we're coming down. People that drive down my driveway go way too fast. I go real slow because of the bumps, and what it does, it jars my neck and hurts. Because my neck's still loose, right? But anyway, so um, I'm prepared, right? So if you know there are bumps in the road, then you're already ahead of the game. If somebody goes, there's a road up here that goes out in the country. It's paved for 2 miles, and at the crossroad, it turns to dirt. Well, if you're doing 40 miles an hour on the paved road or faster, when you hit that dirt road, it's different. Boom, 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 and dust and everything and sliding. Hey, Katniss, how are you? 19 in high school sounds like a troubled kid anyway. Weren't we all troubled? I absolutely was. Yeah, let her kid run all over this. Yeah, yeah. And there are times when you literally just have to physically and mentally take a step back and just pray. I mean, for my own children and grandchildren, I tried my best to say my piece. And there are times when you just got to say, well, y'all going to do what you're going to do, you know. And I said my piece. I tried to help, and y'all going to work it out. I did, you know, not that I didn't take other people's counsels. And sometimes, no matter how good of a relationship you have with a child, your advice may never work in some cases, but they can go to the next door neighbor and hear the same words, and they'll listen. It'll like, well, it'll just because they ain't you know, they're not your parents. And it's very true in a lot of circumstances. So if you can't get through to them, maybe you can kind of give them a little nudge towards somebody that they respect and who would, you know, give them similar advice. And they may like, well, you know, Uncle John, he told me about this. And well, I told you the same thing. Yeah, but you're stupid. And Uncle John, he's whatever it is, just accept it. And that maybe you can get through that way. There's a lot of times, you know, we can work the corners, if you will. It was an argument all the time. Yeah, and it's hard to like stay out of it and keep it down. And sometimes the best thing to do is just walk out on the porch. You know, I'm go sit on the curb. You know, go sit on the trunk of the car. You know, and smoke a cigarette or something. But anyway, but have been there, Travis. Absolutely have been there. Oh my God, have been there with other people's kids, kind of thing. Oh my God. And your kids, when with another, my spouse with my kids, and like, wait a minute, you look over and say, shut the up. This ain't your business, you know. And their advice sucks, or you're trying to have a one-on-one with your sibling or you know your child, and their stuff is just wrong. You know, it's like, please stay out of this. You know, but anyway, yeah, been there, done that. So if you've had those kind of relationships or have seen those kinds of relationships, you can realize how futile it is to try to get in the middle of it. The best thing you can do is be there for both parties after the argument's over. Well, Mama hollered at me, she doesn't understand my point of view. And it's like, right. And you just simply say, well, you know, your mother has to be a parent. And when you grow up, you'll understand things that you may not understand now. You know, all of us go through this stage, and you don't belittle them, but you just say, and you're just going through it too. That's all. It's common. You're going through, you're growing up like everybody does. You may feel like you're alone in this, but you're not. So, how do we deal with it? How can we, you know, whatever the situation is, you deal with it in a calm and a concise manner with not a like sheepish grin on your face, but more of a smile like, you know, we'll get over this, you know. instead of, well, your mother's always hard on you and life's going to be tough and you're just going to be messed up all the time. And no, change the tone, right? So, our duties, be aware that they're there, be aware that these energies are going to affect each one of us differently. It's okay. And by, the best thing to do is to have control of our stuff, because then their stuff won't bother us. And if we see their stuff coming at us, whoever they might be, and I don't necessarily mean the mean greens, but the bad energies from people in the neighborhood, in the household, in the town that you live in. So you can be bombarded by all of these quantum energy fields that you ain't got nothing to do with you, but you need to be able to um, put earplugs in the mental sense. Well, there's all this stuff that's coming in around me. Okay, turn it off. Well, but I can't. There's so much of it. It is overwhelming, and to many people, and then depending on where you live, and so like the video yesterday, circumstances. Okay, that will make you deviate from your current mental state, right? So, in order to fix it, then you have to be able to take control of it. There are a lot of information, a lot of stuff coming in, a lot of that might be a situation where you need to turn the radio up, and that the radio is so loud that that's the only thing you can think of. Not necessarily the music, but the fact that it's too loud, and it will drown out all the bombardment. Now, that's like the worst case scenario. It's driving you nuts and you got no relief and you don't know what to do, and you don't know what you got till it's gone. You pay paradise and put up a parking lot. Anyway, so would maybe you just break out into song in the middle of a sentence. Whatever it is, though, if it doesn't belong to you, with all the practice and things that I've done over the years, the simplest thing for me is, as soon as I go down my checklist and it ain't me, I'm like, the load is lifted off of me. So it's up to you to keep carrying the load, or to, once you realize it ain't you, drop it. Just drop it. Oh, but these energies are coming. Then you're allowing it. If you keep talking about it, oh, these energies are bombarding me from all sides, and then shut up. Take control of your situation. I love you, but quit talking about it. Take control of you. Put your energy up. Yes, it's still going to be there. No matter what you do, this weird energy is still going to be there. You can't make it go away, but you can protect yourself and put your headphones on, or your fingers in your ears, in the mental sense, or maybe physically, but take control of your situation. Learn how to block the energies. If you have this attitude, well, I can't do it, it's overpowering, then you're not going to do it. Now, take the mental attitude of, it's overwhelming at the moment. I need to figure out how to quiet it. So instead of saying, I can't deal with this, well, I could say, I can't deal with this, so I need to change it. There's too much of it. I need to turn it down. There's too, uh, so you can state that it's bothering you, but follow it with, but I'm going to change it. I'm going to go la, 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 until I can't hear my head anymore. Or I'm going to do something else that it's going to require me to think really and concentrate, which will shut off some of that noise in my head. Lots of different ways. For me, and it took me several years to get there, when I said, it ain't mine, then it kind of lingers in the back of my head, kind of thing, sort of like for me, I'm not listening to the radio, but I didn't turn it off. I'm just not paying attention to it. So it's on in the background, but I'm not listening. So, but it's up to you. I was always told I was just trying to create problems by trying for good parenting. Yeah, yeah, that sucks when they do that. Yeah, sometimes that being the nice parent does not work out. And sometimes, you know, we were slapped in the face. Children are to be seen and not heard. That was the motto around our house. Uh, and so, if company came over and one of us spoke up, and we'd be just talking between us kids, bah, shut up, children to be seen and not heard. Okay. We'd do sign language and then we'd start giggling. Then we'd get in trouble for that because I'd all the time, be making faces and getting in trouble. So I was that instigator. But for what's going on, and for folks who, if you think it's tough now, we're just learning how to deal with this. Okay. So for folks who have been talking about ascension and fourth dimension, and remember, we ain't going till the fifth until we go through the fourth. We must learn this, okay? The energies and all of these things. This is pre-training for fourth dimension because we have to be able to have control of our own senses, our own thoughts, our own patterns, and not be affected by other people. Okay. Because fourth dimension, there's going to be a lot of minds talking and stuff. And, it'd be like, what? So if folks are having an issue now and they think they're headed to the fifth, not till you learn how to do this. Sorry. I mean, that's just part of the deal. Because when we get to fifth dimension and people don't use words, they use thoughts, we need to learn how to do that. We need to learn how to sift through all of the thought patterns and different frequencies and words that are being used and those invisible monsters that appear when too many people are thinking about one thing and it has a life it attains a life of its own. So then what? We have to be strong with ourselves. I keep going back to that. But if you're not strong, if your feet aren't grounded, then you can't worry about anybody else because you don't know. You don't have your full potential harnessed. So, for folks who are out there looking for power, if you take back your own personal power, that's a biggie. Because when you're confident, and I don't mean egotistical or none of that, I mean you're confident with yourself and your spirit. You're confident and you know it without being um, egomaniacal or egotistical or whatever. Look how good I am. No, 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 no. You can show that simply by your confidence, by just a smile and a look. People can see it in your eyes. So you don't have to be good. I mean, the Dalai Lama or monks or folks like that, right? You can just look at these guys and tell they have attained a certain amount of peace within themselves that is like, woo, wow. You see that guy? He's all you got to do is just look at his eyes and it's like, woo. So folks can see that, right? They've got control of something, right? So it's noticeable, it's palatable, and it is real. So for folks who want to find power, they need to take back their own and quit worrying about whatever else they can do and other people and other stuff. They need to take back their own stuff. And well, I'm being attacked. Oh, I have heard this too many times and going to keep hearing it. Oh, I'm being attacked by all these things that shut up. But I'm being attacked. Shut up. I'm being attacked and all that. Shut up. But I'm being. Shut up. The more you talk about it, the more you allow whatever's going on to happen. But you don't understand. I'm being. Shut up. Stop talking about it. Stop allowing it in. But you've already told me. I already understand. Quit talking about it. Quit bringing it into your life. Quit, because all they, some of these folks, all they can think about is that they're being attacked all the time. So they have zero strength, zero protection, because they're being attacked all the time, because that's all they can think about. These thoughts are coming in because they're allowing it. But I'm being attacked. You might not be being attacked. You may be overwhelmed by what's going on in the quantum ether thought process of other people, and you feel like you're being attacked. Now, I'm, I'm, I want to understand some people are being attacked, but not everybody, not all the time. But people are being overwhelmed by these extra consciousness in and around the planet at the moment. Yes, we're being affected by that. Yes, the invisible monsters. Yes, the circumstances of what was okay a few seconds ago may not be the same because we had a huge quantum wave wash over the planet. And we might all be sitting there going, what the hell was that? Ooh, that'll take some getting used to. But if you're strong and you know you got this, whatever it is, one way or the other, you got it. Well, it's an energy wave. Well, is it my thought? Is my stomach upset? Did I eat something to upset my stomach? No. Then I'm good. Are you tense or nervous about something? No, I'm sitting here watching a movie and just had me a doobie, and no, I'm good. Well, then shut up. You stop. Well, I'm being attacked. Well, okay. There is a point where you have to say it's a given. There's stuff out there that's going to try to get me, one way or the other, whether on purpose or not. But if I have my own spirit shield and I'm comfortable as my own spirit guide within my own self, and I can choose to allow emotions to affect me or not. When you take your power back and you stop talking about being attacked all the time, there's so many people on so many levels. Oh, I'm being attacked. The monsters are after me. And oh man, they do not have control of themselves. So if you hear somebody that keeps talking about it, be polite and say, you have to stop talking about it. Well, but now I was, this brings up this. It is very similar to what I was learning from my medicine shaman friend. He said, there are spirits, and they are those without those whose names we will not speak. And so, this has been 15 years ago. And so I was looking at him, I'm like, so it's the entity is his name we will not speak. So what is it? Shut up. What? We don't talk about it. Well, but then what is it? It's the thing we don't talk about. Well, well, what is it? We don't talk about it because it's that bad. But I was trying to understand it, and he looked at me and he went, "It's that bad. We don't talk about it." But I was so later on, it was I said, remember we was talking earlier about that where I was just trying to understand like if it was a huge monster or something. And it was like, it's just really bad and nobody wants to talk about it. We do not, we don't speak its name. We don't speak of it. We don't talk about it at all. Let's shut up about it. Okay. But so for ourselves, we have to take that same approach in that if it isn't our energy, if it isn't related to us directly, then don't talk about it. Because in a way, it's the monster that, like I said the other day, the invisible monsters that do exist because of people keep the thought going. They keep thinking they're being attacked. So then maybe there are entities out there, hey, Joe, see that guy over there? He was talking about being, attacked by spirits. What you doing? Well, I don't know. I'm finishing my coffee. Well, come on, finish your coffee. We're going to go out there and beat the crap out of this guy. He keeps talking about us beating him up and ain't nobody over there. So let's go over there and beat him up. Okay. So Joe finishes his coffee and the two spirits go over there and beat the snot out of whoever keeps talking about being attacked. And then he really does get attacked. So by talking about it, you bring it to you. It's like rabbit calling fear. So you rephrase. So, for example, when I was up north and in certain towns, I was like, man, the energy up here is different. It's weird. It's strange. It feels busy. So, in my mind, I was going, oh, holy shit, I would never move up here. This place feels like hell, But so my description of it was more humble, but it's weird. It's much different. Okay. So there's like it's really different. So, and you're in a big town like Cincinnati or whatever. We were in Dayton, and I was like, wow, the feeling here. So, and some places felt good, some places felt bad, or like don't want to be here, or yeah. Or there are some places that just seem inviting you to go, wow, this wouldn't be a bad place to live. Anyway, so um, if we don't take control of ourself, then everything's going to start bothering us. As the energy shifts in other people, as the energy shifts in us, don't have a clue as to what the end result's going to be. But here's one thing we can all agree: we're all going to be changed somehow, because the awakening, the awareness, just it's happened on a bunch of different levels with a lot of different people. And I'm hearing it from different people going like, wow, my uncle was talking about blah, blah, blah the other day. He don't never talk about this stuff. Or something like that. So try to be jolly. Hi, how are you? But anyway, I have no idea what these energies and what these energy waves are going to do to us. Not a clue. But I do know that when they come through, they're going to affect each one of us differently. And we just need to be ready. You know, the whole planet, animals, rocks, vegetables, trees, everything, the water, everything's being changed. Very minutely, tiny little grains of particles in the quantum, you know, nano particles, So can we stop it? No. They're there, but if we put up our barriers and stuff and we keep ourselves healthy and mentally and physically and we stay out of chaos, we don't bring it to us. But we keep an eye on it, right? We don't ignore it. We just don't give it we just We just don't pay it no mind, as a Southerner would say. We just don't pay it no mind. Well, we seen this big thing in the newspaper the other day. What you think about it, Clem? I don't know. I saw it and it's tragic, but I just don't pay it no mind. So they're aware of it. They've seen it. But they don't pay it no mind. And that's something in today's world that I think people have forgotten how to do, especially on the big scale, because they see a headline, they see a tragedy, and then now they have to live the tragedy. No, be aware of it and see it, but then you don't pay it no mind. You don't carry it with you. You don't continue it. So that's what folks need to do with these energy levels. So it's been 2 hours. It's 4 a.m. Um, I had promised not to make this video too long. I don't know if there's anything else I need to cover. For those of you who just got here, I'm not trying to, hi, I'm sorry, but I've been at this for 2 hours and I made a promise early on I was not going to make this a long video. I would stay up for a little while longer and chat, but I think that, this subject needs to just stop right here for this. Instead of me droning on with some other things, maybe somebody will stop and take a listen to this. Um, but I'm not just going to shut the live stream off, but as far as subjects go, um, I'm probably going to visit this subject again. Well, got 18 for the 20. There were three jolly fishermen. Fishermen. Never mind. I was trying to be jolly. Yep. Um, I realize too well because there are sometimes I have taken on the burden of the people that have confided in me or that I have observed. And I think to myself, oh my God, these folks are in trouble. Oh Lord, have mercy, please, Jesus. Step in and put your hand on their, and I mean this, I'm not trying to be some kind of, I mean this. Put your hand on their shoulder and calm these people down and show them this simple way, you know. Help me, Lord Jesus, to fix this, to bring awareness that people need to take control of their own spirits, and that is their destiny. That is their greatest power, their greatest gift, and their greatest turmoil. Because in order to take control of yourself, you got to be able to admit your faults. You got to be able to, if you're doing something you really shouldn't be doing, uh, overeating, smoking a cigarette, or maybe something really bad, then it calls that into check. Because if you want your personal talent and power back, then you have to take control of those things that are habits that you've developed, or you eat too much, or you too much can, whatever it might be, that you go, I can eat whatever I want. I'm an adult. Ain't nobody but God gonna stop me from eating what I want. Okay, go ahead. But then if you get heart disease, like my pops did, because he ate all this god awful greasy stuff, but he was, his cavities and stuff was 98% blocked, and they worked on him for like 15 hours, and and he was in a coma for 2 months, almost 3 months. But Me, I don't eat grease and bacon and stuff like that. Well, it messes with my stomach for one thing. So I don't eat it once in a great while. I love BLTs. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there are a lot of things I really like, but I know better. I like pepperoni, but it tears me up. Can't have pepperoni. People are like, why don't you know? Well, I got a pepperoni pizza. Want to have some? Nah. I'll pick off the pepperoni, but still, there's still enough pepperoni juice on the pizza. It will still upset my stomach. So no, can't do pepperoni. There's certain things. So in life, if we know that things aren't really good for us, then why do we keep doing them? You take control of that. What I love pepperoni pizza, but it gives me heartburn. So, but I love pepperoni pizza. Well, which do you like more, the heartburn or the pizza? Well, I hate the heartburn. Then sorry, then you need to make a choice. You need to make a decision. So in life, do you want to accept that you're being attacked all the time? Or are you going to accept the fact that you have your armor on and that you're strong and no matter who may attack you, they ain't winning. So if you take the opposite opinion and opposite voice, I am strong, I have strength, I have my armor on, and if I am attacked, I got this. So, but if you, well, I'm being attacked all the time, so I better get my armor up. Wrong way to look at it, because you're still inviting the attack. You don't have to speak it, but you know you are, or you feel like you are, or the surroundings and the universe is overwhelming. Okay, so things are a little overwhelming at the time right now, but I'm going to take control of it. I got this. Now, you may not have a clue as to how, and you could even voice that. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this feeling, but I'm not going to let it take over me. It is not going to control me. I am going to, take control of whatever this feeling is. I'm not going to let it ruin my day. You take a stance. That's regaining your power. That's the talent that you have. And you can say, sorry, but you ain't going to bother me. And it will still try to come in and hammer you. I'm going to tell you. But the thing is that the more you stay positive, don't know what it is, but you can't have me. And you don't think about being attacked. You don't think about an entities trying to destroy you or enter your body. It does no. Whatever it is, thought, word, deed, entity, you can't have me. Period. Whatever it is. So you don't focus on something's trying to get me. Good morning. How are you? Davina? Yeah. So you and but you're forced with yourself and you stick with it, you know, because otherwise you're going to continue. Well, I feel like I'm under attack. Don't even talk about it. Well, but you can convey it and go, I've had some really strange energies today. And that could mean that you feel like you're under attack. But the change of tone, the change of words, the change of vibration is that, wow, there's some strange energies out there today. I'm glad I got my energy shield up. You know, it might be a little low because I just woke up and I haven't really read it. So I'm going to get me some coffee and I'm going to, have keep a positive thought and find something to smile about. And my shield's going to be strong for the rest of the day. So, you keep that positive thought going. And when you start to believe it, when it becomes natural to where you don't even have to say it anymore, it just is. Now, there are times for me, I, I have made my statement years ago. I even did a thing and I said, I am a warrior for Christ. I am professing my stuff now and I forever will be. And, here's my statement. And so when I made my statement, did a video years ago about it, I'm still holding to that promise. So, but with to be a warrior for the Christ consciousness and the good side, you have to have your shield, right? You got to keep it polished. You got to keep it up, you know. Otherwise, you're not going to be any. Who are you going to guard? Who are you going to help? Who are you going to defend? Can you even defend yourself? The answer is no. So the shininess of the shield is my metaphor for our aura and to shine as bright. Now, they talked about, you are like a candle. Would you put the candle under the bushel basket and hide it? Or would you put that candle on top of the bushel basket to light up the whole room? You see, candles, light having to do with us, our light shining through, okay? So, a lot of metaphors, a lot of stuff in the Bible, a lot of other things in other religions about the light within us. Let it shine out. If it's shining outward, then nothing can get in. Okay. So do your best. Please don't give up. If you're feeling overwhelmed, find somebody and say, don't say that you're under attack. Just say, I'm feeling overwhelmed with emotions or something, and I can't quite figure it out. I need a change of pace. I need a change of venue. And here, talk about something with me. I for whatever reason, my energy's low, and I can't get this weirdness out of me. So weirdness is just weirdness. If you say you're being attacked, you're being specific. Okay, that's the difference. Don't call the fear to you like if we had pulled a card and it was the rabbit card. And I'm saying for tonight and this morning, there are too many people that are using rabbit as their totem, and here right now it's a little dangerous to be doing this because there are so many things that can harm them. The rabbit he calls fear to him to teach him lessons, right? But if you call the fear too much, that could just absolutely eat you, destroy you, and that's not what you want. So if you hear people talking about they're under attack all the time, be kind and gentle and say, you have to stop using those words. You have to stop calling the fear to you and just change the word. You can still, I know you haven't feeling, I know you're feeling overwhelmed, but stop using the word, I'm under attack. Just rephrase it somehow, pretty please. You'll be better off in the long run for it. Because you may not be under attack. You may honestly, and there's so much evidence that you probably are overwhelmed by all of the thought processes going on in the quantum field right now, which is all around us. The energy field, it's there and people are feeling it. It's palatable. I mean, you could sometimes, I mean, I just want to throw up, because, but it's somebody else's feeling. Uh, you make an quad espresso. Holy crap. The timing of this is spot on right now. Really? Oh, good. Or the quad coffee or or this tonight's topic or this morning's topic. But anyway, so, yes, the energy is going to be there, but we don't call it, well, the devil's chasing me. That devil, he's after me. Okay, you keep it up and you're going to call him right to you. Man, I feel like something's after me. Well, oh, I feel like something, not the devil or the demons or that I'm under attack. And you can say, man, I'm going to shake that feeling. You always have to end it with a positive. If you keep that negative in the negative area, then there is no yin and yang of your conversation. So you've just lowered your energy shield. You've just brought the color down, you know. Why? Because you didn't turn that quote negative attack into a positive, I'm going to, polish my shield so my light shines brighter to chase off the darkness. Okay. We don't have to call it the devil. It doesn't have to be evil. We don't have to call these things to it. It's energy. We just simply do not have to accept whatever it is. Somebody's thoughts, somebody's pain, somebody, doesn't matter what it is or who it's from. It's our choice to accept or reject those things that are in the universe. We can accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. But we don't have to accept and receive the bullshit that's in the universe. No, we do not have to accept the chaos. We do not have to accept other persons feeling bad and we have to carry their burden. Bullshit. No, no. We accept and receive the good stuff. We learn lessons about the bad stuff so that we can stay the hell away from it and not call it to us like rabbit calls fear. So I hope this has been instructional, informational. It's 416. I was kind of, what I've said is very important for people to keep their sanity. I will continue to pray that people will, if they don't listen to this video, that they will learn to, find that their their guts, that they will get some chutzpah, that they will grow some balls or whatever, huevos cojones, something, so that you will be able to stand tall and go, I see this stuff going on, but I just, no, I'm going to stay true to myself. Now, but honesty's in there. If you're a real asshole and you're a real egotistical, maniacal, crazy person, then no, you may not be right. I'm just saying. But if you work humbly with other people, you are honor yourself and honor others the way they should be. Honor the elders who have passed on. Give thanks to the universe that we're still here despite all the craziness. And just say thank you to the universe, without any religion, without any kind of religious, there is no worship of anything. If you had to worship something, I would say then worship the truth and live it. Walk it. If you're going to talk about truth, then walk the truth. If you're going to walk the truth, then speak the truth. Be the truth. And be humble, be honorable, be patient. And, and you literally go a long way with that. But if you're forceful, if you tell people you must listen to me, that because there's a part of me that wants to just grab some people by the shoulders and go, you got to listen to me. This is really important for your own benefit. But all they see is me trying to shake them to wake them up and me trying to be forceful with my words. And then they go, well, he's just crazier than ever. I don't want to listen to him. They've just gone wacko now. He has jumped off that proverbial edge. So it's time for a 20 before I am not hanging out with you much longer. And it says my connection is unstable. Good Lord, these cookies are sweet. I was literally just saying to a friend on the phone, really? Wow. Well, I wasn't sure. You all talk amongst yourself, and I don't read every line that's in the chat. I, you know, I if it don't pertain to me, I try to ignore it. But please just listen to me. Been there, done that for sure. But anyway, so for those of us who are learning about these things, I'm I humbly ask the spirits every day, whatever comes my way, help me deal with it. And I don't, well, I don't say if negative energies try to, I don't go there, you see. But whatever comes my way, which includes some negative shit, but it also includes positive stuff. So whatever comes my way, I will deal with it. I am strong enough within myself. I'll figure it out. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I may be faced with, but I'm confident that I'll figure it out. And I'm confident with my God or source or, the energy, the creator, that if I need help, I can ask. And if this coming week will be an anniversary for the time when me and my friend went to town. I told him, I said, the angels are saying we got to go. So he went to town with me. We went to Walmart, walked around for like an hour. I bought a sewing machine I still haven't used after all these years. And then went to my friend Marcy's house, who passed away this year. And her um, microwave kept going off when there was nothing in it. And the time was 431, 431, and opened the door and shut it off. And the timer went off again, 431, same number. On the third time that it went off, Martha looked at me and she goes, I think you guys better leave. Well, when we left town and coming out of town back to the house, came over this hill, and down at the bottom, there was a fire in the middle of the road. As we got closer and the headlights hit it, there was a truck that had run into the guard rail. It was on fire underneath the truck. There was gas on fire, and there was a person trapped in the vehicle. And so the gentleman had his leg cut off just below the knee. The guardrail went through the front of the truck, through the firewall, under the dash, cut his leg off, kept going under the seat, through the back of the truck, and was sticking into the bed this far. That's how hard he hit the guardrail. But the guardrail, the force was so hot that it cauterized his leg. Now, we treated him on the side of the road until the ambulance came. And the thing is that had we not been there at that time, there's a good chance the truck would have blown up. He would have been burned alive in that vehicle. He lost his leg. Um, and I had not planned on ever having to hold a bloody stump for any reason. But when it came time, when the EMTs got there and they were wrapping his leg, the stump up below his knee, I had grabbed his thigh because the EMT was like, well, don't you want gloves? And I was like, dude, man, I've been handling this guy and his leg and everything. If he's got something, it's too late for me. But the good Lord will protect me, right? So, but my point is, neither Tim nor I, nor any of us, I had no reason to go to town that night. Now, it was in December, about this time of year. So this coming week, I can't remember which date, but this coming week will be basically the anniversary of when we took our trip into town. So, but had I not listened to my angel voices that said, you need to go to town, why? Because we told you, and it's important, go. All right. And then it was time to leave. They were like, this microwave, didn't have a clock on it, but it went off 3 times in a row within like 4 minutes. And it was 431. I called 911, talking to him, telling him where the accident was. The man had lost his leg, truck on fire, blah, 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 blah. And I looked down at the time, and it was 1:34 in the morning. It was absolutely backwards. It was 431, 431. When I looked at the thing, it said 1:34. And I went, holy shit, wait till I tell Marcia. Of course, she kind of already knew, but not that we had saved this man's life. And, couldn't save his leg, but, and he was a relative. My second wife, it was her daughter's cousin, something. Anyway, it was within the family kind of thing, with extended family, but still within the family. And so I talked with Bobby Jean about it after when we were telling her the story, and she goes, "Well, I just saw him in the store the other day, and he's got a prosthetic, and you saved his life so he could be with his daughter, who was like 2 years old or something when he had the accident. That he straightened out his life. He's got a prosthesis. He's walking around, wouldn't even know that the lower half of his leg was missing, and like what? So we didn't just save his life that night; we saved his life going forward. Not a clue. That's why we were supposed to go to town and did that night. Not a clue as to why the spirits were saying, no, don't go home yet. No, not yet. Nah. Somehow they were watching whatever was going on. They knew ahead of time something was up. And for some reason, me and my friend Tim were there to deal with it. He was in the Navy and had taken fire control and stuff on, naval ships and so forth. So he pulled the gentleman out. He put the fire out, and I treated him for shock and other things and prepped him for when the EMTs got there. The interesting thing that we both noticed, Tim and I both, was that we had the situation under control so well, they allowed us to stay as part of the team. In other words, I already had the guy's leg when the EMT guy was starting to wrap it. He didn't have to ask me. One of the ladies said, "We need to get his head. We need to put a cervical collar on him." And Tim was already there holding his head, and so it was passed down, and he helped her put the cervical collar on. They didn't tell us to get out of the way. They didn't tell us that we didn't know what we were doing. They we became part of the team because we had already saved his life up to that point. And so, and that instead of saying, okay, we got this, go away, we stayed part of the team until he was in the ambulance. And then it was like, thank you. You all did a great job. They were talking to us. And it was like, wow, now this is different. After all these years, it is still very clear and very right there in my head. But neither one of us panicked. I had not a clue. I Boy Scout, learned things about tourniquets and all this stuff. Observed that he wasn't spurting blood out, and if I gave him a tourniquet, that it could exacerbate the problem. So we elevated his other leg. We covered him and treated him for shock and did the best we could until the ambulance got there. And it took 20 minutes. Had we not come over the hill, no one else showed up on that road. No vehicle, no car, no nothing until the ambulance showed up after we called them 20 minutes later. So it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning by the time the ambulance showed up from the 1:34 call. So what about this? Why is this story important to me? And why am I telling you this with like emphasis? Because when you listen to your spirit, when you listen to your spirit guide, when you have control of it and you are confident with it, I didn't question. Well, I did. Why am I going to town? You'll find out. Just go. And I could have said no. And we'd have read in the newspaper that this gentleman was killed on Lower Meigs Road from the accident. Instead, that was not the case. You never know what's going to happen. You will never know what the Spirit is going to call upon you to do. The best thing you can do is have confidence in that whatever happens, because like I said, dealing with a man's leg cut off and all that kind of stuff was not in my resume, fortune, whatever. Ever did I think I was going to have to deal with something like this. But when it came up, when it happened, we were there. The Spirit called us to be there. We were there. We took care of it. We didn't panic. And the man is still alive. As far as I know, he's still alive. He was much younger than us. And he is still now alive for his daughter. Wow. So, my understanding of this, that's a true story. And why I feel the way I do about these things, because it is absolutely solid damn proof to me that when you listen to the universe, you may be called upon to save someone's life. It may be a phone call. It might not be like for me to hold a bloody stump, and to treat a man that's had his leg cut off. I mean, no idea, no idea. And you may be called upon in a spiritual sense to help save someone's life or leg or their spirit or their soul. I mean, you know, but if you're not confident within yourself, then then you'll be like some friends of his where he had gotten drunk and they thought he was asleep on the couch or something. They thought he had gone home, which that's where he was headed, but he turned the wrong way. So it took them like 30 or 40 minutes to get down there, and it wasn't that far from where they lived because they had went the other direction to drive to his house to see if he had made it home. When they drove to his house and his truck wasn't in the driveway, they were like, "Oh, holy shit." So on the way back, they went past their road and further and found the accident. And the woman and the guy, they just like went to pieces. So had they followed him and saw him with the truck on fire and his leg cut off and all that, they would have went into shock themselves. They were it, and the lady said, "I don't know if we could have saved him." You mean you guys pulled him out and treated him? And yes, ma'am. I don't. And she was like, couldn't look. I mean, she was like, "Take me home." And so had they got there before we did, if that had been the situation, she was like, I couldn't have dealt with it. And how long did it take for the ambulance and the fire department to get here? 20 minutes. Then he would have burned alive, and we wouldn't have been able because they neither one of them had any kind of training in that. So they were like, he would have died. We would have not, we just would have waited for somebody to get there, and that would have been too late. And that was their confession that night on the spot. And so it's like, so the fact that we were there and kept our cool and so forth, I never knew that the creator would ask me to do something like that. But I'm grateful. It listening to my spirit guide and the fact that it meant we saved this person's life is like, oh, holy crap. So when I listen to these folks, when I listen to these folks, it might be somebody's life in danger. I mean, honestly and seriously, because I can't, it was like 2009 this happened ish. So, it's been that many years ago, but this coming week, because it was before Christmas, 14th, 15th, 16th, before the 19th. I remember that for some reason. But anyway, so why am I really emphatic about some of these things? Because when I hear the message from my spirit guides, there is that urgency in their voice. like the urgency to go into town so we could save this man's life that night. So to y'all, I want folks to, be sane, to learn how to, keep their stuff together. And, because it ain't over yet. We got a lot more energy waves and stuff to do. And, God knows with GMO and all this other stuff, what else is going on. I've just stuck with basic cosmic waves, energies, and stuff. There's other stuff too. But if you have your own self protected, you're doing the best you can. If you're taking the right vitamins, if you're taking care of yourself, and if you're being honorable to the universe and so forth, and to other people, and yourself, then there ain't much else you can do. So it's like, oh, I wish I could save everybody. Well, you can't. Okay, but you can pray. You can send a prayer out and to help everybody, and smile when you do it. And for me, I would go, well, I'm going to say this prayer, but God Almighty, the earth needs so many. My prayer ain't going to mean nothing. You can't do that. You have to be positive. Well, I know there's a lot of turmoil, and I'm sure that even my little prayer will help. You know, I know it's a big ocean, but for every drop of water that goes in, it's part of the ocean. Well, I am a drop of water in the ocean of the universe, and my prayer matters, you know. But how much, what does it doesn't matter. If your faith is so true, you know that your prayer will have an impact. Now, it might just be a nanosecond. It doesn't matter because of your positive thought process, your positive intent. It will make a difference. Now, it might not be much. That's not the point, because every drop of water counts. If you take all the drops of water out of a lake, then it's a mud hole. So every drop counts. So don't look at it as like, well, I don't know whether or not my prayer is going to do anything. Don't go there. Hey, Jody, greetings to you. Lady Spitfire, how you doing? You've seen 134 a lot also. This has been several years ago. It was on it. I mean, the microwave was plugged in, but it wasn't on. But the numbers came up and turned itself on by itself. Okay. And those were the numbers that showed up on the microwave was 431. You'd open the door and shut it off, and we're standing there talking, and it went off again. 431. Like, okay, now it's really creepy because that microwave, ain't nobody touched it. Nobody's punched in no numbers, but the same number came on by itself a minute later. Open the door, close the door to shut it off. Within a minute later, 431, my friend Marcia said, I think y'all better go. And I was like, come on, Tim, let's go. And we had got there literally within a minute or so of him having the accident. We were like Johnny on the spot. If we had gone any sooner, he may have hit us because he was drunk and passed out. Had we been any sooner, we would have passed the road where he came out and would have missed him. He would have had the accident and possibly died because no one showed up on the road for all that time. So the fact that we hit it like almost, we just, the accident had just happened when we came over the top of that hill. That's a very strange synchronicity in that we were sitting here at the house watching a movie and an angel appeared and said, y'all got to go to town. What? So a friend of mine was asking me the other day, and I don't think he knew about this incident, right? And I was telling him, I said, in November, uh, you know, like 2 weeks ago, on an anniversary of like 1982, it was, a couple of days before Thanksgiving, our house caught on fire out in Berlin, Georgia, way out in the country. And a ghost woke me up and told us the house was on fire. And people say, "Yeah, right, a ghost." I'm like, "No, he manifested himself." I I used to drink beer and smoke a joint sitting on the porch. I'd be sitting in a rocking chair, and that rocking chair over there would be rocking right along with me. And I'd look over and go, "I don't know who you are, but ain't a pretty sunset." And I used to take care of the house, and I found out after the fire that the ghost that appeared was the ghost of the guy who built the house. He died in the house. They had his funeral at the house, and that they had trouble keeping the house rented. It was $50 a month. Beautiful old house. Breezeway. The kitchen was a separate house at the back of the big house. But anyway, um, and I picked him out from a picture, and I said, "That's the guy I saw. The train hat on, bib overalls, that looked like a train engineer, pocket watch." Described it, and he said, "This picture here," and I went, "Yeah, that's the guy right there." He goes, "Well, that was my great great grandpa, and he died in the house, and blah blah blah. And the reason the rent's been so cheap on this house is because everyone else who's lived here besides you has moved out because they claim the house is haunted." And I was like, "Well, I knew that." And um, uh, me and what you call it was, I can't think of his name at the moment, but anyway, I was like, "I knew the house was haunted." And he goes, "Really? Well, why didn't you say something?" I was like, "What? I'm going to go tell you that, hey, I think your house is haunted?" He said, "But these people moved out on purpose." Anyway, good night. Uh, I got an emergency. Phew, that was close. That was an emergency. Boy, dribbled all the way to the bathroom. Anyway, too much TMI, too much information. Now, why am I telling these stories about the saving the life and the thing? But because by paying attention to my own guardian angel, by listening and trusting that voice, that inner voice, regardless of what was there, meaning had no idea why we were going to town, but the end result was we saved this man's life. So if you trust it and you honor it and you believe it 100%, and even the dumbest thing, like, "Why are we going to town?" "I don't know. Spirit said." "Okay, let's go." And my friend Tim, blind faith, because my faith was so strong. And he was, afterwards, we have talked about this several times. I was like, you know how strange that event was, that we acted on our own to go into town. Nobody else knows. I've told this story, it's a true story. But I mean, as far as the world knows, nobody really knows that an angel spoke to me and said, go to town, without any particular reason why, but that you're going to be needed. And boy, were we. So, but if you don't have faith, then that wouldn't happen. I had to have faith and trust it, right? Everybody's got a guardian angel, whether they want to believe it or not. A lot of folks talk about our higher self. Now, I would kind of sort of agree with that, in that there are times when I think my guardian angel is just like another part of me, like still in heaven, if you will. It's I'm like an avatar from my angel self. So if you would want to go there, but in a lot of ways, it kind of feels like that sometimes. Like the guardian angel is actually it's attached to me because it's a part of me, you know. And I didn't listen for a long time, and it got me in a lot of trouble. So for folks who was like, well, I don't believe in none of this stuff. Okay, but they will admit that they have a certain instinct, or that boy, I had this feeling I should not go this way to work, and found out there was a big accident or something. I mean, you know, so people who don't necessarily have a religion or faith in a God per se have had incidents happen that they have to believe in some kind of spiritualness, right? Because it saved them, or something happened, right? It was some kind of paranormal phenomenal event. Okay, spiritual. Um, Sometimes it's bad, but there are times when folks are saved, or something like we saved this gentleman's life. It's cool, right? But for those of us who have experienced it, my friend who was here the other day is a survivor from colon cancer. He died 3 times during the operation. And they brought him back, and he goes, you know, there's something about that dying thing and coming back. He goes, I'm just different inside. I know it. I don't know what my purpose is, but I know I wasn't. I know I'm still here for a reason. I haven't figured it out yet, but I still believe I'm here. You know, maybe God will show me. So he was very insistent and very faithful in that. It doesn't matter why I'm still here, but I know there's something. I came back for whatever the purpose was. And, you know, he goes to a Baptist church, whatever, but it's not so much the religion, but it's the spiritual event that he had, that he has faith in. Because he's like, I just know, you know, God sent me back. I don't know why, but here I am, and I'm going to do the best I can. And so, you know, and so every day, that's kind of sort of his motto. You know, I could have did 3 times on the table, and they brought me back. The third time was apparently a hassle, but for whatever reason, so he doesn't know what his purpose is, but he knows that he was kept alive for whatever the purpose is, and he has faith in it. He's confident in it. Nobody can talk him out of it. But again, he doesn't really know what the purpose, but he's confident that there was a purpose yet to be, you know, shown to him. Okay. So, and it may have already happened. Now, it may have just been helping somebody or doing some little thing. That might have been the reason he's back. Or he may have spoke to where it might have already happened and he was not even aware of it, because it could have been very simple. Now, for me, you know, this thing that happened with the auto accident thing and the guy losing his leg and all, that's really uncommon. Okay. And I didn't necessarily have to die to get there, But I had had some near death experiences. So my connection with my guardian angel was strong. And I was learning how to strengthen it with other things that I was learning and had learned over the years. So if my faith starts to wane, which it doesn't, but all I have to do is is that thought. Yeah, but remember when the angels asked you to go to town and you just said, okay, I don't know why, but I trust you. Then there's great power in that. There's, oh my God, just to be able to listen to the right thing, to hear the right message, to hear the right warnings or whatever. That's why these last couple of days, man, whatever they're showing me and asking me to talk about, it's really strong. I mean, it's like really strong. Like lose your leg, there's an accident kind of strong. So, but anyway, for our own salvation and for others, we need to help other people to stay calm. We need to help other people to find their center. We need to help ourselves. We need to do that first. Can't help another soul out if our energy is low or misdirected, or it's or if our energy is scattered. Okay, for folks who are convinced, and I say this with tongue in cheek because there are some folks that have, oh, we're all under attack by spirits. So now they're under attack by spirits. And they're always under attack. Something's always trying to get them. And I'm like, oh man, gee, man, Christmas. And they didn't used to think that way. But after listening to some of the stuff and this and that, and they're like, oh, we're all around, we're all vulnerable, and I'm under attack because I have these weird feelings. And holy Jesus, okay, maybe you are under attack, but regardless, you got to stop it. You got to stop your whining. You got to stop calling it in. You have to stop using those names like I'm under attack all the time. Demons are after me. Stop it. You know, unless you're Paul Revere and, the demons are coming, uh, the British are coming, then stop it. Quit calling it. Just whoop, something feels like it's after me. Okay, it's not demons. It feels like maybe, but it ain't. I better put my umbrella up because it's raining. It might rain. Your umbrella is your safety net, is whatever way you want to look at your shield. Now, for me, growing up a Catholic, and our mascot for football and track and everything is the Crusader. Okay, big shield, sword, the whole deal, right? So for me, it's easy for me as a graduate of Tampa Catholic and a former Crusader on football and track, even got an award for it. But I got this. So my shield, period. You know, I don't have to go any further. Well, I have white energy all around me and I'm protected. All that is included in my mental picture of a nice shiny shield. So all of the protection spells or words or whatever that I would say about me and my aura and my energy, and I'm shining my light outwards. As soon as I say the words, I got my shield, that's what it means. All of these things above and beyond and whatever, that is my shield. All of the above, and it's represented in my visualization of a shiny, bright shield. Okay, and I reflect the light with it, and that's my armor. Okay, so you can picture it any way you want, but you need to picture it and you need to stay with it, right? So if being a guard for the king's army or whatever, if that works for you and the shield, Okie doke. If you want to think of yourself like in a giant rubber, I'm sorry, covered with a prophylactic, and that's your protection. If you want to put yourself in a bubble or a bottle or a shell or something, okie doke. If you can envision a force field, go for it. 444, huh? Yeah, I was going to get out of here, right? When, yeah. But anyway, so for folks who have not had these profound things happen in their life, to prove to themselves without a doubt that they have a guardian angel, or that there are there are messages in the ether, in the quantum, in the in the air, and each one of us can develop those talents, which can give you power, the power of insight. I mean, didn't want to go to town that night, right? We did, but we ended up saving a person's life. I mean, how if somebody said, "What are you going to do today?" Well, I'm gonna go to town, and on the way home, I'm going to save somebody's life. That's what's on my agenda for today. Not a Do you understand? Not a clue. But by listening and pay attention to yourself and all that, so we can be meant for greater things. So somebody at the end of my life could say, "So Dave, you know, what have you accomplished in your life?" Well, I used to tell stories and puppeteer and everything, and I made I made people laugh. I worked in theater groups and worked with people and helped children and young adults to develop their theatrical abilities and their presence, and and public speaking. Okay, um, so what else? Well, I was a father and not very good. I made a lot of mistakes. Let's just leave that one there. But I tried. I'm still here and I'm still trying, but it is what it is. But I did try. And I've had better luck with other people's children for some reason. But okay. So then what next? Well, there was this time that me and a friend of mine went into town, and on the way home, we saved this guy's life. His truck was on fire, and we pulled him out, and we saved his life. And of all the things that I've accomplished, when I look back, that's probably the most important thing that I did in my life. I was an engineer, I worked with people, I saved companies millions of dollars. But maybe the most important thing that I think I accomplished in my life was I listened to my guardian angel, and we saved a man's life without planning on it, without training for it, but I did. So okay, anything else? No, everything else kind of pales when I think about that incident, right? Um, because it was just freaky. We were there at the right time. Just all of the events. It still creeps me out. Okay, after all these years, the holding the guy's bloody stump doesn't creep me out. All the the microwave going off, and when and the synchronicity of being there right after it happened. So my belief, because of these things that I've talked about and the proof that I've seen, because they directly affected me, is that these things are possible. Do ghosts exist? Yes. One at that house woke me up so we could get out of the house. And I mean, we got out with barely our lives, and PJs and no shoes. And we watched all our stuff burn up in the house. Um, so I've been through a house fire, but I had a friendly ghost that woke me up. So he had to physically manifest so I could see, and he touched me and moved my foot. Are those things possible? It happened to me. So do I care if anybody else believes me? Not really, because they've said, "Well, that's just bullshit. You were dreaming it." Okay, I'm alive, and the house burned down. That's the truth. We're alive. The house burned down. you know, and okay, you don't have to believe me. Well, an angel told you to go to the store, to go to Moultrie, and then you saved a man. Yeah, that's the truth. Well, where do you get up on that? And who told you? Well, I honestly, the answer is you just have to listen and be honest with yourself. Trust your guardian angel, spirit guide, however you want to go with it, and that you know other profound things may happen to you, not necessarily saving a person's life or but I mean, I got directed one day downtown Thomasville, went out on the street and looked in the ditch or in the gutter, and there was a ring. And it was a friend of mine. I'm on the way home. I stopped by to have grilled cheese sandwiches with and soup with my Jewish friends. On the way home. And so I stopped by and Elaine, she goes, "Ron, have you seen my ring?" And he goes, "No." "Well, you needed to get that thing sized." "Well, I know. I've lost a little weight. My hands are thinner. And I had the ring, but I don't know where it was. And come to find out, she was downtown at the theater. And when she was getting in the car to come home, the ring, this $10,000 or $12,000 ring with rubies and diamonds and emeralds, and I mean, and I said, I had it in my pocket. And I said, "Well, what if I was to say I had your ring in my pocket?" And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And I stood up, reached in my pocket, and pulled out her ring that I'd found on the street in Thomasville. And as I was walking up, my spirit guide said, "Walk over there to the curb and look down." And I looked both ways. There wasn't nobody in town, no cars on Broad Street, downtown Thomasville, Sunday afternoon. Not a car, not a nothing. I was like, "Why? Just walk over there to the curb and look." I did. And there was my dear friend Elaine's, it was a hand me down from her mother, and it slipped off the finger and was laying in the gutter. I mean, I've told this story before, but to the point though, these are honest to God, real, true stories. All right. From me listening to my guardian angel instinct spirit guides when it doesn't make any sense and you got no rhyme or reason why you think you're doing something, and you come to find out you saved the person's life. Elaine would have been crushed if she couldn't have found that ring. And the fact that I had found it and it was appraised for over $10,000, and that I brought it home, what? Hand delivered, like an hour later after she had lost it, unbeknownst to me, because, they'd been at the theater. So can good things happen? And I got a bunch more I could talk about. I ain't. But those are three really important incidents that, involve someone else's stuff and things and lives. And you know, guess what? When you are confident with yourself, when you have that confidence that you are protected with your shield, and that whatever it is, no matter what it is, you can handle it. Period. Without calling stuff I'm under attack or whatever, acknowledge it. Wow, strange energies around me today. Better make sure my umbrella's up. It's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. But when you go through that simple strange energy, let me put my umbrella up, you have to have 100.1% faith. You got to trust it. You got to trust yourself. And you got to believe, believe, believe. Because if you don't, then it will swallow you up. Um, it's up to you. I believe that everyone has the potential. That's why I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Yeah, I'm about to wrap this up. I said that an hour ago, but I really mean it this time. Um, so, what do these angel messages mean for different people, their own instincts? It means that if you can trust those instincts enough to do something a little outlandish. Now, I've heard some people, well, I've had the feeling to go do this. Oh, and they got in so much trouble. They went over here or something, and they were like, well, you know what the Lord told me to do. And you kind of have to, you know, if you've had practice at this, like I have, I still do, to like the other day, right? Friday night, the neighbor brings a package down that's sitting on her back porch. It's a box of cookies and a Christmas present and a couple books from my sister. Been sitting up on the neighbor's back porch because the UPS guy won't come down my rickety driveway. So I've been sitting here looking at the dog, and I'm going. I kept looking at my neighbor's house through the window, going. I kept waiting for the UPS truck, and I had stuff delivered a couple of weeks ago, right? But for some reason, I was expecting something, and I had no idea. Then when the neighbor brings down the box, I'm like, holy shit! I My sister sent me this for Christmas, and here I am the last couple of days, been staring at your back porch. Like, and lo and behold, it had been delivered on Wednesday, and he brings it to me on Friday. So uh, it's been sitting on somebody's back porch for 2 days. I didn't know she'd sent me anything. So I couldn't track the UPS thing. Didn't know it had been delivered. Otherwise, I would have got it. But my instincts, Duggar even walked over to the back porch the other day, like Thursday evening when we went up to get the mail, and I almost had to go over to the back porch to get him, and that was the day they had delivered the package. So we both had this instinct, didn't know why, and then so that just happened the other day. So, and I kept looking at the house, going, "Why am I staring at their back porch? What's up?" And I kept thinking, "UPS back porch." And I'm like, "But I didn't order anything." Now, and then this happened Friday in a package for my sister. So the angels were telling me, my spirit guides were like, "You got a package?" And me and Duggar both, where he went over to the porch where I was like, get over here, but it actually did happen. So uh, other things too. So when you can learn to trust some of, the next time I have that, I'm just going to walk over to the damn back porch. Even if there's nothing there, I'll go, well, okay, I was just checking. Hey, against the grain, how you doing? I found tons of stuff that belonged to friends of mine, and be able to say, yeah, I found that. It's awesome, until they blame you for, yeah, Travis, I agree with you. Yeah, when I was on the carnival, I was finding stuff all the time. I originally got my name Hawkeye from being on the carnival, okay, and from the MASH series, Hawkeye, because there was a thing when they were called to someplace to do heart surgery on some kid or something in the original movie, and they did a series that was similar, but in the original movie, they take their golf clubs and go play golf, and they crack this kid's chest or something, as they talk about it in the movie. But one guy's Hawkeye and the other's Pierce, right? So, but Hawkeye was all, here comes the team, Hawkeye. But I got that also the name because when people would lose things on and around the carnival, I found this guy's wallet that had like $200 in it. And, I kept it. And there was some guy walking around and was like, man, I lost my damn wallet on a ride. And I was like, so what color was it? Well, blah, blah, blah. And I said, so what's your name? Because I'd already read the guy's, ID. And I said, so would you get mad at me if I said I knew where your wallet was? And he was like, what? And I said, you wouldn't beat me up or nothing? I mean, because, I don't want you to think I stole it. Kind of like you, Travis. And he was like, no, man, no. And he was a big black guy. I mean, he was like 6'6", huge, and muscle. I don't mean fat. I mean, he was a big man, okay? Oh my God. And handsome too. But so I said, okay, as long as you're not going to beat the crap out of me, no, man, I'll give you $20 if you give me my wallet back. And I was like, I don't want nothing. I just don't want you to hurt me. And so I went out back behind the ride where I'd stashed it. And I said, is this it? And he goes, yeah. And he said, well, you're working on the Tilt-A-Whirl. And I was like, yeah. He goes, but I didn't ride the Tilt-A-Whirl. And I said, I didn't find it on the tilt. I found it such and such. And he was like, what? He goes, well, I wasn't over there. So somehow his wallet had come out of his pocket or whatever. He checked it. There was like $20 missing. And he said, I could have spent that. He could have spent it. But anyway, but I got my name Hawkeye from finding things and finding money and stuff. And just so long time ago on the carnival. But then the two feathers came when I started going to places and following my instincts, and I was finding two feathers everywhere I went. So when it came time for my christening of my shaman name, then it was Hawkeye and two feathers. And my brother looked at me and he said, normally the shaman or the medicine man will give you your name. And I said, well, I think the spirits already gave me my name. It was just never made official. And he looked at me and he said, I would agree with that. And he said, you have the observation of hawk, because we talked about different birds and their meanings and totems and all that, right? Oh, it is coming up again here. Yeah, it is. Uh, yeah, you got to stay positive. Yeah, good to see you too, Grain. Um, But in the direst of circumstances, when I was talking to my friend about the death and the thing, I said, because he did not know that I'd had that 3-day incident on the Oclockney River. And since he, has lived down here all his life, he was like, you got stuck on a river during dog days and you survived? I was like, yeah, you didn't know that about me? And he was like, no. And I was like, dude, you know, I had an angel on either shoulder, and I saw myself walking across through the woods, and I was like, we were talking about, out of body experiences and his, death on the operating table and so forth, and so it was like, it's kind of hard to talk about to people who've never had that kind of experience. And I said, to this day, there's no way I should have survived 3 days on the river. And he's like, man, Ian, you didn't have a gallon of water or nothing like that? I was like, nope. And you weren't dehydrated or nothing? Nope. And you made it out? I was like, yeah, I would be telling you this story, right? And he was like, some bitch, man, you have been through some shit, Dave. And was like, yeah, well, and so has he. But to the point, though, so it's an understanding for someone who's had that a serious out of body experience that when someone else has had it, whether it's a near death experience or an out of an for whatever reason a really honest to God out of body experience, like my friend who was in a coma and he was like, man, I blah 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 blah, and it was so real. But you know anyway, that was his story. But it was another drop in the bucket as far as, see, here's here's some more proof for us, And he was telling me, he goes, you've had, them spiritual experiences, right, Dave? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, well, when I had my heart attack thing, was in the coma and all, and he told me a couple of things, and he goes, you don't think I'm crazy, do you? And I said, absolutely not. I believe every word. You know, he goes, I could see people in the room. I was sitting up above my bed, and he was like, I described things, and he goes, other folks are like, yeah, okay. And he goes, and I said, no, I've done it. I've seen other people. I believe you. I absolutely. You don't got to try to convince me. He goes, well, I'm so glad. He goes, because I had to tell somebody about it, but nobody believes this shit. And I was like, I got your back. you know. So sometimes it's the smallest thing, like having a conversation with a friend who's had a near death experience, and I can relate from my, not only the time on the river, but the many operations I've had, and being in my own experiences with astral projection that and test and stuff, and can prove it, right? That, and we had been friends for years, so he trusts me in that. So my discussion of things like that before his NDO, uh, or, NDE, near death experience. Okay. Um, he said, you always talk about ghosts and spirits and stuff like that. And he says, I kind of sort of believed it, but after this, yeah, I'm with you. So, it's a shame that some people have to have near death experiences. You know, you're still moving there. Yeah, every day is a new day. Oh, is that a spammer? Your name has been Bieber. Well, but to all of this, it's interesting that folks who have migrated here for one reason or another have had some kind of weird experience, and that's why they end up here. You know what I mean? Something out of the ordinary, and somehow they find that it's okay to talk about it here, because I talk about so much crazy stuff. But anywho, I will can. Oh, we got 1 minute or two. Let me check my glasses here. It's 5:18. Okay, it'll be 4:20 in Central Time Zone of the United States of America. America, you know, land of the home of the free of the brave. Wait a minute, free the braves for a home. Run. Wait, hang on. Never mind. But my prayer to include with what I've been discussing tonight, and my prayer earlier that I kind of sort of started, that I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that prayer, I'm hoping that folks, in doing that, that they will become firm in who they are, that they will accept who they are, not, well, I'm going to accept things from the universe. Well, but do you accept your own spirituality? What do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, do you accept that you are a spirit of the universe, that you are, a part of the source, that you are that we're all linked, and Well, I don't know about all that. Well, okay, just asking, but you do believe in more than just something, right? Well, yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you. That's my point. So, you know, but are you confident? So I think a lot of people need to work on their confidence in that. Well, I don't know if I have the proper tools to like have the shielding that I need. I need a special spear or a lance or I need special crystals around me all the time. I need, all these other things when, if whatever, if you were picked up and dropped buck naked somewhere and you had to survive and you didn't have those tools to protect you spiritually, what you going to do? Oh my God, I'm being there are negative energies after me, and I left my crystals at the house. Now what am I going to do? Well, you could still use the crystal even though it's at the house. If your awareness is, if you're learning, um, if you trust your spirit connection well enough, and you believe that you are a warrior against whatever comes your way, then you don't need a crystal because your belief and faith is all you really need. Oh, no, I need a crystal. Okay, then you don't have enough faith in yourself because you can still use your crystal. It's at the house. So connect to it psychically from where you are and use the energy of that crystal in your mind to project even more aura or keep to give extra power to your shield if you think you need it. You don't have to have it with you. Um, because if you understand some of these basics, then you are all the tools that you need. You just need to learn how to put them together and to use them and to have faith and believe. And here's the thing. Well, I believe I can do this. You may fail. I'm just saying. But if something happens and you start to fail along the way, if you have the courage and believe, you will make it somehow, whatever it might be. You'll figure out a way. And if not, then it's been nice knowing you. And I don't mean that in a rude way, but if you've given it your honest to God, truthful best, then in the universe, can't nobody ask for better. You did your ultimate best. And if you died trying, if the situation, I'm thinking of being on the river when the river flowed backwards that time, and we got ourselves into some serious shit when there was a tropical storm in Tallahassee, and the river was there was so much water it flowed backwards and like to drown us. The water, it like in 30 minutes the water came up 2 foot. I mean it was really hauling ass upriver. So you get in you get we were just camping on the river, right? And then stuff happens, and you find yourself in oh my God, this is honest to God life or death situation. I need to get my butt in gear here. And we were just camping and fishing, so and all the times I've been camping and fishing, ain't never had a river come up backwards and and flood us out. So there's a time and a place for everything, but um, no matter how safe you think you are, no matter where you think you are, stuff happens. So it's not that we should be freaked out. Them poor folks that had that tornado went through the town. I remember the devastation of when Hurricane Michael came through and all the trees and parts of some of these little towns that were hit on the edges and stuff. And as far as I know, nobody died during Hurricane Michael and all the tornadoes that it spawned. A lot of damage. But we were fortunate in that as far as they know, there weren't any fatalities, but a crap load of damage. And unfortunately, the tornadoes up there, they had took some folks. So sometimes you're fortunate, and sometimes you're not. I don't think that God's picking on anybody in particular or whatever. I mean, I know I have thanked the Creator many times. That last tornado went over my house. I'm like, holy Jesus, that's too close again, right? Because that's the second time it's happened. It's since I've lived here. So, um, but having faith in protection. I mean, could have took the roof off. It could have took the tree down. The tree could have fell on the house. Instead, it skipped up the hill and tore the neighbor's barn down a second time since I've lived here. So it's like picked on that barn. Maybe God's picking on the barn and leaving us lowly folk down here alone. But whatever it is, I sure was, you know, after hearing it and being like underneath the opening of the tornado and the sound that it makes, it's like, you just can't mistake that. I was just like, I'm glad I didn't have to poop just then because I think I left a little stain in my drawers. I think I need to change my drawers after that one. But faith and my belief in the source, my faith in my belief in my guardian angels, my faith in my belief in my basic spirituality, and that especially when I declared that I am a warrior for Christ. So a lot of people, well, he's going to defend Christianity and he's going to be talking about the Bible. Are they surprised? But I do talk about spirituality, and I absolutely believe that the Christ consciousness was here before the crucifixion and after, and the Christ consciousness is still alive among people and folks to this day. So okay, and I'm one of the warriors. I'm because I still believe in that basic concept. And for those folks who have watched the Dante channel and the cause and so forth, I believe that too. So I want to be with the angel beings. I want to be one of the good guys. And for me, I think my spirit path was told to me as a little child, my visit with Mother Mary and so forth, in that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. That time I went to town and saved the gentleman's life and all these other things, a lot of other stuff that I just felt necessary to talk about it, in that that's what your faith can do. You can literally save people's lives with a conversation, like my friend who had the near death experience, and or that you can literally be somewhere where you can literally save someone's life. But both are important. One was, a burning vehicle and him losing his leg, and another was a spiritual, mental kind of uneasiness. And to share an experience helps this person out. So, with all the uneasiness and the chaos, all the frequency changes, all the what the frequencies do to us individually, because every single one of us is going to react differently. If you've taken your magnesium and your zinc, then you've got metal compounds in you that would react differently in your body if it'd be like x-rays. They say, don't put any metal on you, around you, or whatever. So but if you've got these minute particles of vitamins and minerals in you, which is normal, don't get me wrong, but if you have a higher content on one day than another, an energy wave comes through when your mineral content is low, It will feel different if that same energy level came through and your mineral levels were higher. It would make a difference. I can't explain how much of a difference, but there would be a difference because of the fact of their presence in your body. So, is every time a wave come by going to feel the same? The answer is no, because there are these variables about us individually and about the waves coming and about our circumstances, where we are, what the temperature is, whether we're at sea level, sitting on a mountain, all of those things are going to matter. But if you stay strong with yourself and keep your spirit strong and have faith, and that I will continue to pray for you, and this will be the third time because three is important to me, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And they will continue to have faith in themselves and in what they know. So I love you all. Good morning. I get up, smoke my pipe, with then off to bed. Yeah, I missed the 20 mark. So, I'm going to smoke this and I'm up. Definitely a link for sure. I personally have been trying to break the link because it has ruined my friendships. It's so damn strong. Yeah. There are some things in life that, Travis, you probably one way or the other will um, see this. There are some things, no matter what you do, you just got to let them play out on their own, and you got to let them be. The end result might be really shitty. It might be horrible. It might, for you personally. I'm thinking about something that I had to do years ago, and I saw the future if I didn't do what I did then. It was very painful. It could be still painful now, and I've never talked about it to anyone. All right. And I ain't going to go into it much now, except to say that those many years ago, when I saw my future, if I didn't take action, I don't know, like 15 years ago, and the certain actions meant that it was going to be painful to me. I was going to lose somebody that I loved dearly. My life was going to change, which it all did. And I, in so many ways, ended up being a lonely old man. I'm because that's what the projection was at the time. You're going to end up being a lonely old man, but you're going to have to suck it up because this is the price you pay for what happened, for the event, and but you have to fix this. But and if you don't, it's going to be much worse. But this is what you're going to end up as not necessarily punishment, but for, I deserve what I got. And so I had to accept it. And sometimes you just have to say, it's somebody else's child. You really want to stay in touch, but it ain't your kid. And then you go like, I just have to let this go. As much as I love and this and that, and I want, can't do it. You just have to say, I will still love you, but from afar, and I can't even think about you. Because for me, it was hard to think about. But I realized that I had to make the separation at great cost to me personally, and really pissed off the other side, who did not want it. So I had to create a situation where they would hate me. It was the only way. And after all these years, it was very painful. The spirits showed me what I had to do. I went to the mountains, literally to the mountains, and prayed about it. had the old visions and stuff, and they said, you just have to take care of this. You kind of sort of created it. I went along with something that I should have known better. And it was disgraceful to me, really, and disgraceful to other people. And I had to fix it. And it was like, but the only way to fix it was I had to literally tear the relationship to pieces, stomp on it, and kick it. Which meant I got my heart and emotions and life stomped and kicked, and ended up, without a partner at my age. So, but it had to be done. So there are times when stuff, no matter how hard it is, no matter what it is, no matter if you're honest with yourself and you listen to the spirits for the good of all, regardless of what I felt, it had to be done. A tremendous sacrifice to myself to this day, but I can't dwell on it. Now, 15 years ago, for a couple of years, it was really hard to get it out of my system because it was really fresh. But as part of my journey to grow up, I had, I don't talk about it because I don't, it does not need to be brought up. It's a sore wound for other people, and I don't need to discuss it because of the other people, not because of me, but it's because of other people. I have no right to discuss it. But I can speak that I had to end relationships that were very near and dear and honest, and I had to murder the relationship, had to kill it dead to the point where they hate me probably still to this day. And that's unfortunate. But without a serious goodbye, it would have tried to hang on. And it could not happen that way because we tried it that way. And then I went to the mountains and prayed, and the spirit said, Hawkeye, you cannot do this. And I was like, yeah, a lot of pain, a lot of stuff. So, right this minute, I am at the place that I saw myself at 15 years ago. Okay, this is important in that respect. In that it's actually been 20 years, but the idea though that after all this time, I realized the dreams and the visions and the dream walks, and I went to the mountain and prayed, and they gave me the answer kind of thing, and visions and birds and clouds and rain and thunder and lightning, and everything is frightening. And I came off the mountain and went, well, I, I don't have to do what I was shown. I could have ignored it, done something else, but I realized I had to do it. But at the time, I saw myself where I am now as the hermit. And I'm by myself, yes. I don't have a mate. That's true. Can't count Duggar, but he has been a good dog. Um, I'm alone in that I don't have a spouse or a mate, but I'm not lonely. I have lots of friends. You people are great. But the idea, though, that what I saw then as my future, that I had to do, and that this is what I would look like in the future, I'm here now, looking back, going, well, I did it. I made it. For what I saw then, I'm here, you know? Um, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but from a vision standpoint, it came true. It for whatever reason at the moment it kind of feels like it has come full circle. Not that I think anything is going to come out or around, or I don't know, maybe somebody will contact me before I die or some, I don't know. I have no expectations. And I couldn't see past where I am now. But in the vision, I am here where the vision showed me I would be. You know, there was no time involved with the vision for me as to what I had to do and what the outcome would be. But I I can tell you, as the feeling that I have then and now and so forth, I'm here. I'm at that point in the vision for myself. So when you take the leap of faith, stay in touch with your guardian angel, spirit guide, however you want to put it. There are people who go for names and all this, and my name, and I speak to the angel Gabriel all the time, and I'm like, oh, please don't go there. Please don't go there, because my people said, what's your angel's name? What's your guardian's name? I don't ask. Why? It's none of my business. Number one, and I don't need to know their name. I need to know what they sound like and what they feel like. You know, well, then you don't really have a one because you don't have a name. I spoke to a lot of Native Americans who have spirit guides, and none of them ever said my spirit guide is. You know, now they might say I have seen or heard of the spirit of one of the grandfathers or grandmothers or one of the elders. You know, or creator spoke to me in a way, but you know, nothing like what's the name of your spirit guide. Now there are some shamans who may have had spirit guides that helped them that were the spirits of an elder or something, and they had a name. But so, you know, this thing, well, I need to know the name of my spirit guide before I can trust it. Seriously? Well, okay. And oh, ye of little faith, you know. So there are many steps in learning to have faith with your own self. Work it out. There are little tricks of the trade. If you have the feeling, a really strong feeling, and so ask your spirit guide, you know, is this one of your little tests you want me to follow? And, you know, oh, I want to turn left or I want to go in this, something out of the ordinary. And it's not really hurtful or painful or whatever. But, you know, so follow that instinct if it's simple and easy to do, and see if something comes out about it. Um, and if things happen when you have those feelings, like when I went out to the curb and there was a ring, and when I did it, other things, you know, oh, look what I got. Oh, so you found something for a friend or a neighbor or whatever. So, but anyway, so when you make those confirmations with your own self and your spirit guide or your guardian angel, then you'll know that voice is true when they speak to you. And they will not speak to you in any other way and lead you off on some wild goose chase if there really wasn't something there. So just be careful for those folks who are novices that, you know, you don't go like, you know, you live in Louisiana and you wake up and you go, well, the Lord told me I got to drive to Bangor, Maine. Why? I don't know. He just told me to go, and off you go. Now there might be something to that, but that's a little, you know, try something more simple. You know, it's more closer to home. But your spirit guide, especially if you ask your guardian angel, look, show me, you know, um, give me something, you know, like, and what it is for me, it's like you play that hot cold game, you know, or it's getting warmer, which means you're getting closer. Nope, it's cold. Okay, so you play that with your senses. So whatever it might be, If you have that sense, like Spirit says, for me, go over here. Well, if I'm in the woods, I have found deer antlers, brand new feathers. I've found all kinds of stuff. If I just, listen to the spirit guide and go, no, not that direction. Well, what about over here? And I'll just kind of, well, over here. And then I go, wait a minute, let me look around something. And it's hard because I want to put my feelings into it, and you can't do that. There are times when I have walked right by something because it was like, it must be over here. And actually, it was like I just passed it because I wasn't being observant. I was assuming I knew where it was when basically they were like, past it. I'm like, what? I couldn't find it. And then I turned around and started walking back the path. And it was like, oh, I walked right by it. So there's lots of little lessons, but you will learn to accept that feeling, that voice, that nudge, and you will learn to trust it. For me, they, I feel like I've gone on a couple of wild goose chases only a couple of times out of all the many times I've had feelings to follow and stuff that have one way or another come true. So, I would say 90% of the time, probably more, but 90% of the time, they're right. And it's my interpretation or whatever that, okay, I didn't find anything. And I'd go, was there anything there? And I'd go, I, they will kind of sort of say, I think you misread what we were trying to convey to you. Okay, a feeling or something. So I was trying to make something out of nothing. It was a feeling I had. They weren't necessarily directing it. And I was trying to make it that they were, and it wasn't them. So, but that's where you have practice. So practice with your spirit guides, trust in them, learn to trust them, but only after you kind of sort of had some proof, right? The feeling turns out to be a something, good or bad, but it's a something. And you could say, oh, okay, there's one. Well, something else comes along, a couple of days, you have this feeling, and you go, well, maybe and I always do a little look up, like, it's like, okay, is this from you guys, and sometimes it'll be like, yeah, but that's come with practice. And sometimes, like, is this one of your tests? And if it's ambiguous, I kind of go with it, you know. If it's not, I'll usually get a nah before I go too far with it. So be safe, Travis, everybody. Um, I definitely don't think I created my own shitty future at that moment. I definitely feel you're 100%. Maybe that's our connection to each other. Yeah, I understand. Very young age, I've been on. Well, you know what, Travis? And the other thing is that, one of the things that the decisions and stuff that were made on this particular thing that I'm dancing around the subject was a really big thing. I mean, for other people and stuff, it was a really big thing. And I really messed up. But I had help, but I really messed up. And so I could have continued with it, and it would have eaten me alive had I continued what was going on. And you know, there was love and this and that, but blah 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 blah. It was all real and honest, but it became a lie to me because it I had failed, I had dishonored, I had not lived up to, and I was ashamed. And so when I went to the mountains to ask the, critters and creator and everybody, they were like, dude, man, you messed up and you're still living it and they're still loving all this other stuff. But It was not supposed to be like this, and you know better. And so, future cannot go on because you've already messed up to here. It, you know, oh, okay. And as much as uh, I did not want to end it, do it, whatever, it had to be done. I mean, it's like shooting your dog, or somebody's got a horse that that nicks its foot or its leg or something. Got to put it down. I mean, it was like that harder. And people's futures and how their futures came out or turned out or whatever, uh, you know, had to be out of my hands in any way, shape, or form. I couldn't be around. I couldn't be seen. I mean, I had to disappear, and just not be there. And it was the right decision. Boy, was it hard. And in my recent dream walks, spirits were like, remember that incident way back when you made all the decisions and had to do that? Remember when we showed you the future and stuff? Well, you're here. And so, in a way, it was sort of like, uh, and this was just recently, and I was like, I am here. I did make it this far, didn't I? And as far as I know, it has been good for the other parties because I'm not around to be a reminder, an instigator, whatever. I am not in the picture at all. So there's no influence there. Whatever happened a long time ago. But nothing has happened since to keep that energy, that mistake, that dishonor alive in any way. So I have kept the dishonor to myself, and to try to bring back honor into the situation for other people, I took the dishonor upon myself. And it wasn't all my fault, but I had to accept responsibility because I was one of the parties and I could have made other statements, arrangements, or whatever, and I didn't. And so I had to really grow up and go, this has to change, you know, and I did. And now I can't speak for the other parties, but they don't have me to worry about. They don't have to be reminded of then. So I am not in the picture in any way. And I've got to say, that has to be a good thing for them in that. So whatever the friction was left back there. You know what I mean? And it's not brought forward because I made a decision to change the future for all of us. Now, like I said, I don't know how their futures turned out, but the future that I was shown for me, I'm there, I'm here, and I'm in a strange way. My thought is that if the spirit showed me that I'm here from my own personal vision, does that mean that they're there, whatever that is? You know, is something else resolved that the spirit said, okay, you made it? I mean, so why would they tell me I'm here unless something else was going on, that like it's okay or enough time has gone past. I don't know. But in the message of you're here, I was like, great. Wait a minute. Well, that's a good thing, but um I'm still like, why y'all tell me this? you know. So I'm wondering if other parties somehow something has happened in their world, not really necessarily having anything to do with me, but that there is some kind of resolution, or I don't know, but for my spirits to say, okay, you're here, you made it. I was like, what? I've crossed the finish line finally, Yep, you're here. Um, well, that's just damned interesting. You know what I mean? So, I'm sending love and honor for whatever it means. There are certain thoughts that have crossed my mind in that events and things that, and I really have to stay away from it because I do not want to bring up, not necessarily the memories because they're already there. I don't bring the subject up again. I don't want anything to enter into the ether, to enter into the quantum. Nope, can't be brought up. It has to stay where it's at. So and that's fine, But I take the responsibility. I have taken responsibility. I have stepped out and to not be a burden on anyone from any of that. So with that said, there are people. Well, you don't really know what a sacrifice is. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. And big mistakes. Yeah, I do. Um, and um, and for me, I really, when I look back, is like it was really disgraceful, and I just was not really aware of what was going on at the time. But when I look back, but here's the thing, Travis, I can't blame. It's already over. All the decisions, all the stuff, it's all in the past. So whatever it was, it's over. So and so to think about it, to dredge it up, to whatever. But I can say that there have been some, seriously, um, seriously screwed up incidents that, other people have affected me, and I have made some very poor decisions. But I've also done my best to correct them. So maybe your spirits are those people in your life right now, but are already gone in the future. Yeah, possibly. Well, these folks that I'm talking about are younger than me. So I hope they haven't passed and, it's future events. It's more like whatever my conflict was back then, that it has I think there's a resolution on someone else's part that um, I'm not sure. But to have gotten this, okay, you got here, you crossed the line. I'm like, what? Someone else's future, since I've reached this point, I'm like, because I made up my mind years ago, like, I just have to accept this. This is my lot in life, and okie dokie. Uh, can't cry over spilt milk, blah, blah, blah. So, but now the future I chose was away from other people, other individuals. Now, and I have made up my mind to let that dog lie, leave those sleeping dogs lie. But what if those dogs hunt you down? Not necessarily to kill you, but in their old age, they remember hanging out on the porch with you, and they just want to sit on the porch with you and watch the sunset. Not necessarily to go hunting or whatever, but they miss being on the front porch. And so, in a way, all I can say is it would be my future if the old dog come home to the porch, if you know what I mean. Metaphorically speaking, I don't mean physically, but um, in that if that old dog come to sit on the porch, that it would the if the dog wandered back onto the into my life, for example, then I would still be the old man in the woods in the swamp. But you know, I would have been here without the dog. But if the dog drug himself up to the porch, it's still my future. It's I'm still here. You know what I mean? In whatever the vision was, the dream was. But if the dog shows back up, now that's the dog's accord. It I didn't try to find the dog. I had figured the dog had run off, and that was that, right? So had come to grips with the dog wasn't there. But if the dog shows up in the yard and comes up and wags his tail to sit on the porch, I don't run him off, right? Because it's my old buddy, it's my hunting dog. He's my dog, right? So and it ain't really a dog and it ain't really, but to the point though, so if someone else who was involved in incidents long ago, if they made a choice that was different from the choice that I've already accepted, that's different. You know what I mean? It'd be like the old dog coming home and asking to sit on the porch with you, which it's okay. I don't have any animosity. There's no anger or anything like that. But um, for me, I can't go looking for the dog. I can't. But if the dog shows up, then it was like, man, welcome home. Man, I have missed you. And, I had a feeling, that I might see you again or something like that. But as far as me seeing in the future, it wasn't it wasn't in mine, but it could be in the dog's future. You know what I mean? So does that make sense? They are both alive, but in the future they are not alive, and their spirit selves and your spirit self is guiding you now while you are currently alive. I don't think so, Travis. I don't think it's a future come back kind of thing. And here's why. Because when I first saw the thing, I had choices. If I had, or if it was a future event come back, it would have been like you don't have a choice. Now the spirits were showing me that you need to fix this, and they didn't like instruct me word for word, but it was like, you got to fix this. You have to do this and you have to do that because of their future events. You have to take the hit on this one because I'm the adult in the room and I'm the one that should have been, that really ultimately should be responsible because I just should have known better. And I did, and I ignored it. So to me, that was like a double sin. And so to fix it for whatever it was, for whatever quote punishment it was to me and has been for me, sorry, that's that's the breaks. But as far as the future, uh, nah, I don't. That's a little bit too obscure. Um, I think for the timeline that I was shown, like there's a lot of ways I could have um, ended, changed what was going on, so that I was out of the picture of several parties. Um, but there were no instructions as to how. or to what events would lead up to certain things. I had to use my own instincts to go, here's an opportunity to like stop this. Okay. So I did. Instead of allowing something to continue or something, whatever, I said no. So I found places to draw a line in the sand. As far as seeing the future, it was more of, for me, the dream state thing was more of like, Scrooge, I am the ghost of Christmas future. This could be your future if you don't change the present. And I was like, oh shit. So it wasn't like Scrooge was in the future, but the spirit had showed him what the future could be if he didn't change. Man, see, I played Scrooge and rewrote it and put it on stage. So I identify with Scrooge in a lot of ways in this particular circumstance. In that they showed me my tombstone kind of thing in the future, and that, and I was alone and this and that, but that if I made a change now, uh, I may be by myself, but I wouldn't be alone. That was sort of the gist I got 20 some years ago. So now it's like, okay, so for whatever decisions I made back then, though, it seems like that contract somehow has been fulfilled. Like, I can't go back. I'm not going to, do anything, but it's like really come, like, it's been to rest, I thought, but it's like, nope, okay, it's really good now. Okay, whatever. And maybe they're just telling me that, like, remember that vision we showed you? Okay, you're here. It's over. You got it. This is it. To prove to me that remember that vision we showed you. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, we're here. Oh, so for me, in my, my shaman training lesson, this is one of them. Remember that thing 20 years ago? Yeah. Remember all the things and going to the mountain and having a chat with the spirits and all that? Yeah. Remember the future and things and stuff and choices? Yeah. Well, you made it. Here you are. Oh, okay. So it's like a completion of a journey in a way, like a fulfillment of the promise and of the choices that I made, and a fulfillment of the vision during quest thing. So, anyway, for those of you who have stayed with me, this long again, now it's 6 o'clock. Holy crap! Honest to God, I gotta go somewhere in like a couple of hours. So much for sleep. But anyway, dear friends, there's a whole lot more to the universe. And, for me to listen to my spirits way back yonder about changing things and for others people's future. But they showed me what mine would look like. Not a clue what theirs looked like, but I knew what mine would end up. And I assumed at the time I was going to be a lonely, bitter old man, and I was gonna, I was gonna live here I'd be here and all that. But I'm not a lonely old man. I am old. I'm not lonely. I can still get around and certain things, and so my perception of what I saw uh, did not include my personality, right? It didn't include the lessons that I learned. I just saw me as an old man here at this time. And by myself, didn't see the dog, but but so all the other circumstances and situations, many of my friends have died and passed away. In a way, I am by myself in that respect. But I have met my next door neighbors and other lovely people. So I am not alone in that. I still have extended family who, they're very wonderful, loving, caring peoples. They're not family biologically, but and I have met my other brothers and sisters biologically, right? So a lot of things have come full circle. So even though I'm the hermit that was foretold in my lifeline, um, here I am. But I'm still the hermit. But I'm not a lonely, grizzled, old. Maybe I am grizzled and old, but I mean, just rah, grubby, get away. More like a gnome, or I mean, not a gnome, not an ogre, maybe a troll. Nah, just an angry old, something in the woods, right? An angry old hermit. Don't mess with that guy. Kids, get off my lawn. So anyway. I got this cartoon running in my head at the moment. So, have a great week, and hopefully, whatever portals and energies that are supposed to be going through here at this time. The honest to goodness thing is we will be in the longest day, longest night, shortest day scenario. What, on the 23rd or 22nd? Anyway, the in our orbit in the that is going around this way, we're kind of going to make this turn. So it's like in NASCAR, we've been on a kind of sort of straightaway, but now we're going to hit this turn because it's the shortest day and the longest night. And after that date, then it's the days start to get longer and it changes. So it's this hairpin turn we're going to go around in the universe, right? So that we will start. I'll definitely be moving towards spring, where now we're still heading towards winter, right? Um, so we're heading for the shortest day and the longest night. But when we pass it, we will have went around that curve in the solar system. Anyway, I'm trying to visualize this and send that to y'all, but it would explain the connection between everyone. You speak of past lives, right? There is a present life right now. Well, there is also future lives. So maybe we are living all these lives simultaneously, male and female. I would say no to that. And the reason is because it would be too difficult to try to maintain past, present, and future at the same time and maintain sanity. Um, I have questioned future events in that in my own future, like the other day, I had no idea my friend was going to pull down the driveway and interrupt me for several hours, right? There were some, I didn't know that my sister had sent me a package and that my neighbor would bring. There were certain things that were just not on the list of like what? So they were surprises, okay? So the day was a normal day, but there were these surprises during the day that just were not expected, not on the list. So there are things in future events. What I do with my future event is one thing, but if that old hound dog comes back, that changes the future events, right? For me, because I didn't see the hound dog in the picture. And that was okay because I'd already, but if the hound dog comes back to the porch, then I didn't ask it, didn't will it. I mean, I will accept it, and it's okay. Like, do I want it back? If it came back, I wouldn't shoot it or kick it. You know what I mean? But I'm not expecting it, and there's no energy in it, right? But if something like that happened that I do not foresee, I would go, wow, now that's a surprise in the universe. So do you want the dog or not? Well, yeah, you know, I hated to leave it behind, but circumstances. But no, I, won't throw it out or kick it or shoot it or whatever, So, but I can't make up the dog's mind. So my future events, I can, one, through my own spirit guides or whatever, maintain it, but I can't maintain other people coming into my life. Like, for example, Jody, and however we met, and he asked me questions and emails and stuff all the time. And, I do my best to answer them. I love you, Jody. I do. But to the point, though, I never expected to meet Jody. I never expected to meet Travis. I never expected to do a YouTube videos. You know, there's a lot of stuff I did not foresee in my future, but I did foresee me being here at the house and the permitage and the thing and the da, and yeah. So, but these peripheral things, no, they weren't in that. So does that mean they don't count, or I'm on a different timeline, or it's somebody else's future? No, it's because my life, I have met, and other people enter into and out of your life. Sometimes they enter and stay, and other folks just pass by, or you spend some time together and are friends and colleagues or something. But that's that. Doesn't mean you end on a bad note. You just you're only together for a certain time for whatever it is, a project or something. But I can't control other people coming into my life. I can control my life and going out and meeting other people. But if someone comes, like, for example, my next door neighbors a couple of months ago, right, came over and said, "Hey, Dave, we're our next by." Um, oh, and Nick Balfourus. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And there's another channel too. But anyway, um, Jody just did 8K. One of them is the cause, right? But there's two others, and you'll have to hang on a second. Um, thank you, Jody. Damir, one. Travis, you know, in the universe, in the universe, my spirit guides told me, and Brian too, when Brian Barnett was alive, uh, it was like, the feeling will come. We're going to give you a subject. There are times when I think they're just absolutely nuts with the subjects they give me, right? Topics. But then as I wind down the trail and discuss it, there's a lot of stuff in there that I unpack for myself in having the conversation with y'all. And my prayer is, and of course there's too, is that whoever listens will get something out of it, that they will understand that there are all these different levels in the universe. Now, I've had kind of sort of issues with this idea of timelines and people going and changing them, and they go in the past and do something and it affects the future and stuff. And it's like, okay, but now asking of Dante's channel and stuff, it's like he's talked about things that, if they hadn't done certain things 2,000 years ago, that things would have turned out differently for now. So now, could they see the future, or had they been in the future, or are there beings who could unravel the timelines and at least see? It'd be sort of like running the numbers through the quantum computer and going, if this, and this, and this happens over 1,000 years, what's the likelihood of something, and they run all the numbers and they go, wow, this don't look good. And, maybe we should change something here. So that they run a probability scenario, So, but there are so many things, so many people, so many beings, so much stuff. There's weather and natural events. That is everything planned out. Do we really know our futures? Well, for me as a kid, because my granny told me this, before she died, they asked me what I was going to be when I grew up, I was 3 and 4 years old, and I said I'm going to be a hermit. I'm going to live on the river and down with the woods, and they were like, "What?" And so I'm a hermit living in the woods with a river. My absolute, when I was 3 and 4, I knew exactly what was going to happen. How I knew it, I don't know. So was I predestined to go here? I think I had a mission, and I had a lot. I tried different ways, but I still ended up here. So I've gotten a lot out of it too. Does the same thing for me, unlocking myself. Yeah. Hey, Richard, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing as well as possible. But so you know, um, I can't affect other folks' entering my life from the side. I'm going down the road and I'm watching out for oncoming traffic, and I'm looking for folks, that might turn in front of me or come in behind me and follow me down the road or whatever, me being paranoid and all that stuff. Somebody's following me. Um, but so if someone I think is following me for whatever reason, I can always pull off the side of the road, which I have done, and let them pass. And if they want me, then they'll pull off too. So it's like, wait, there's a friend of mine. And oh, this is my new truck. Hey, Dave, how you? Oh, okay. Or, is it the police and they think I got drugs on me, which in the past might have been true. Uh, so, but I can't control what other people do that might that might cross my path in whatever way it is. Meet somebody at the gas station. They need $10 for gas. Never planned on it, never do. But then people, might say later on, that guy gave me $10 for gas so we could get home, and God bless him. And if we hadn't got home, so there are all these prayers. I've done this before, but give money for somebody for gas or something that without expectations. But I met someone later on in that at a huddle house or something, and it was like, you know, you gave me money so me and my wife could get home, and it was like, man, we have said so many prayers because it's blah 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 blah. And I was like, I understand, because there was a guy when I was hitchhiking home from Florida one year when it was got down to like 29 degrees, and all I had was a light jacket, and I almost froze to death on the side of the road. And this trucker picked me up outside of south of Monticello and brought me into Thomasville. And I was freezing to death. I mean, literally, I was shaking so bad. And had been walking all night trying to stay warm, and had made it to, south of Monticello. And God bless him, he picked me up and brought me to Thomasville, brought me breakfast and some tea, warmed me up. And hey, Robert, how are you? Good morning to you. I'm fixing to go to bed, but there have been some wonderful people here tonight with me, and this morning. Another 2 minutes. Well, I missed it, but I got my pipe sitting here. I will, better day so far than yesterday, so can't complain. Yeah. So Travis and Jody and Richard and Robert V here at the end. And for those folks that I can't see in the list at the moment, um, you know, these discussions are for you, sent with love and honor and respect. And however these sessions that I have with you all, I'm glad that it helps you in whatever way that it does. Um, I do them without expectations to the universe, but Travis, I will absolutely tell you this: the spirits will say, "Somebody needs you. You need to get on," and I'll like, "What?" Like tonight, but it's 2 in the morning, and they were like, "Here's your topic. Go do it." And I was like, come on, man. I was going to watch, a new episode of something, and I'd been busy earlier. And come on, man. It was like, it's 2 in the morning. And so, but I've also learned not to argue, you know. I will put up that small complaint. It's 2 in the morning. Yeah, but you're needed. Okay, it's not who, what, why, where. It's this you're needed for whatever you're needed. Okay, and then usually we see Chloe in here, but Travis or folks who say and you all are the ones that tell me. I'm getting a bit worried about because the channel's down, Richard. They do this every year. It's like clockwork. They take it down for a couple of weeks. And DS has send a message. Don't worry, it's okay. And over many years, oh man, I have God, I was listening to Dante a long time ago because they heard him and the alien races book thing back when he did that radio thing a long time ago. But anyway, so um, oh, Richard, from other interviews and stuff that over the years of people, having met him and discussed, they, he's like at it 24/7 for whatever is going on, and it's like he is on call 24/7. And I'm sure there are breaks and things and stuff, but there is only a smidgen of what we get to see of what he chooses to show us as to what's going on. And for my sake of what I've seen here in America over my own house and so forth, I know there's a war going on. And so up in space with stuff and things. So and he just um how do I put this? When I first ran into Dante, there were things that I had learned from Sister Helene, being a Catholic, the Vatican, and I'd heard about the lies and the stuff and the this. And so he started proving and showing things that I knew about from Sister Helene. So I was like, so people say, well, you can't really trust him and blah, 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 because, um, and I was like, but I was told stuff by clergy people, and he has mentioned them in one way, shape, or form, which proves that my sources weren't lying, but also my sources are proving that you're not lying. Now, this was interesting. And then several years ago, Dante did a video. He's like, man, I've had it, doing this thing. And I did a video and I said, I don't know, 30 minutes long. And I was like, there are so many of us out here that who do not understand. And I did this video and they republished it on their channel. And I went, holy shit. And so I've had some remarks and things on the side that's like, the cause folks are watching you. And I was like, what? Well, they republished your video on their channel. And I was like, yeah, that's a really big deal, ain't it? And they were like, yes. So you have folks that are keeping an eye on you, Dave. And I was like, have I done something wrong or whatever? And they were like, no. And I haven't done one recently, but I used to do the Silent 72 Plus. And recently, I've just been asked to like just have these discussions, and but not necessarily like flash the 72 out there, not as a disrespect, but as to not get noticed by folks that don't I don't need to be noticed by. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so like, okay, but I'll still talk about it, and I'll, I'm not necessarily hiding from it, but at the same time, I should not be like Rabbit, right? And stand out in the middle of the field and go, look, here I am, so because my job is to have these conversations with people about spirituality. And there are things that I have talked about on my channel. And 2 days or 3 days later, Dante will bring something up in one of he did something that was like a one liner. And a day or two earlier, I'd been talking about, and his one liner was almost an exact word for word for what I had said in my video about whatever the topic it was. It was about spirituality or something anyway. And it was sort of, there'd been a lot of those over the last few years that were like confirmation that I'm on the right track. Because he would literally mention something from a recent video that would be a one line or a something, or he would mention something that would be close to a topic. I mean, it was like, holy crap. So are they really watching me? You know? And if you are, I love you all. I do. My prayers are always with the cause, and cheers, everybody. I don't have any information, any inside information in any special way. 72 betrayed him and threatened him for some reason. Yes, absolutely. Because the other side wants to say he ain't all that. Thus, he did the videos on his name would be erased. Okay. For in a way, it's sort of like what I was talking about a couple hours ago about, there are these native things, there are these entities, and me even bringing it up is like a no. But it's that those whose names shall not be named, shall not be mentioned. You don't speak their name, you don't think about it, and me speaking about any of it right now, even as an example, is actually too much. So, but in that though, um, there's stuff that we don't know, and there are things that you know, if they were discussed, we might actually be calling things upon us. So, and we don't know the whole story. But he sent you a message a few times. Yep, same have. I think something the next day. There's something about it. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Witch Moon. Oh, what I was going to say is, the betrayal is oh, he's lying. He's not telling the truth. We're the truth here. The cause are a bunch of whatever, right? So they get convinced for whatever the reason, that he's not right. No, he's not telling the truth. So he goes to great lengths at times to explain himself when it's like, I think it's kind of clear, but there are other folks who are like trying to make a point that, no, you're lying. No, I'm not. Here's a picture. I've got the nails, I've got the this, I've got, I have proof, you know. Sorry, gang, but all the dismissal and that I'm the one that's lying, that Dante is the liar in this, but he's also talked about the scapegoat. So they're making him again, continuing his role over all these, many, 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 many reincarnations and years and centuries and so forth. He is still being used as the scapegoat. Okay. Just put that in your, in your hat for a second and consider that he literally has two different really nasty um, alien races that want to see him gutted, literally gutted and hung up on a cross. And what, we think we got it bad and that our lives are, that, we ain't got a clue. Really. We ain't got a clue. Now, I have literally seen spirits attack here, me, and stuff, and they were called upon by people near here. But this idea that I would actually uh, that there would actually be aliens in my woods, hung my ass down, you know, not on my list of things, right? You know, so my thing about I think the reason that I have kept 72 out of the title, because there's been several times I wanted to, and they'd be like, nah, go online, but just, we can talk about stuff and, but, mm. And I think it's because um, it, could, it could target me. And when my job is as a 72 plus, if you will, from, I'm on the sidelines working the best I can with what I know and trying to help out people with spirituality and to not believe everything you hear. The church and the Bible and stuff, they've been lying about stuff for years, and the Vatican, and all this has been coming true. And so it's like, and I'm here to say, I'm the guy, because Mother Mary told me when I was 11 that I have to be here to straighten people out. That there is still love in the universe, that there is still spirituality, but we don't have to worship anything, and that, God is love thing is all around us. We're swimming in this stuff literally every day. When we move, they are around us and so forth. You know, that's the quantum. That's the gap. That's it. We live in it. Um, we're like fish in a bowl in a way, in that we're swimming in the water of life. But anyway, but so there are those folks who would look at Dante and his channel and go, that's just all bullshit. That just, for me, there's been too many times where too many things were like, I know he's right about that. I know he's right about that because I have learned, saw, felt, experienced, and I go, yeah, he's right. But yeah, he's right about that. Yeah, yeah, I agree with him on that one. And then he pulls out other proof of stuff, and I go, well, if he is like the Dalai Lama, get this, the Dalai Lama, his spirit comes back, right, and will recognize his own items of his life before, a childhood rattle or something, whatever it is, they will know. That's how they check out to find out if the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama is actually there, because they will recognize personal items from the life before. So now for Dante, for whatever anybody wants to say about it, There's a lot, he has a lot of empirical proof of things that would prove that he at least knows more than some folks. He's got documentation, and that he actually has reincarnated before. I know I feel like I've reincarnated before, and what you know it in your heart. Yeah, there was one time that one of the stories he told, and it was him and his comrades, and it was only a few of them, and they broke into the side of whatever the castle was, and I was like, he showed this movie and talked about it, and I was like, oh my God, I was there. I even sent him an email, which I don't normally do, and about anything, and I was like, I am sure I was with you at this battle. I don't know how, I don't know why, but of all the other things that he showed of the many years of battles and things, and this whatever that one was, I was like, oh my God, I was there. I just boom. I was like, it hit me with a jolt. And I've talked about, that have learned sword fighting that I didn't know where it has been, like kind of sort of inbred in me in a way when I did that play about the Vikings, and the sword master from Florida State was there teaching us how to be sword. Uh, he's a master swordsman and teacher. With a master's degree in it. But anyway, so I told him then, and he understood exactly what I meant. I said, I think I learned this in a previous life because it's just too natural to me. But it for me, it takes me back to the video that Dante showed of whatever that castle was and the battle. And he said we snuck in and we did something and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, holy crap, I was there. That's where I learned how to sword fight. Oh, holy shit. I can't remember what the video was or what the time period or whatever it was, but I remember sending him an email and saying, I swear I was with you. I don't know what I was, a guard or a peon. I don't know, but I was there and I was fighting on your side. I wasn't the enemy. And and it was actually after that that I did the video to plead with him to don't give up on us. And that's when they republished my video on his channel. So there was some synchronicity in there. So and they watched, I'm sure, the video where I talked about my I've known when Mother Mary visited me as a child that I was going to have this mission as an older man thingy, right? And here I am, right? So all of my personal visions, they're all have come true or are in the fulfillment of coming true for whatever rhyme reason, right? But I never expected Dante to be a part of this. I never expected Dante to acknowledge me in any way, especially to republish one of my videos, and so forth, and to have comments on the side like, we're keeping an eye on you. Well, I kind of sort of know in my own realm that my angels are watching over me. And there was a song that we used to sing before we started our, when we did a show, our theater group. And I have to sing a couple of bars. All night, all day, angels watching over me, my Lord. All night, all day, angels watching over me. Now I lay me down to sleep, oh Lord, the angels watching over me, my Lord. I pray the Lord my soul to keep, angels watching over me all night, all day, Angels watching over me, my Lord, all night, all day. Angels watching over me. Was about a 5-part harmony. So, and it still singing the song still sends chills up and down my spine, and the hairs on my arm. But to the point, though, that in a lot of ways, especially when I made that commitment and I quit being a dutz and I grew up and I became a person, instead of an idiot, drunken fool, drunk. So, um, I've known that from all the stupid mistakes I've made and should have been killed, died, or otherwise still be in prison, that somebody has had to keep an eye out on me and have been, they've allowed me to make my mistakes, but like getting thrown in jail. But through my own initiative, they also helped me for a shorter sentence. They also helped me to, find a friend in another state who lived right down the road from where my house was. That when I came back to Georgia, that's the same house that burned down, that the ghost woke me up in, to get us out of the house. So, and I've often wondered, that ghost, Mr. Croft, hung out at that house and he sat on the front porch and, he just didn't want to leave. He was attached to there. But I've often wondered too, is that if for some reason he knew a future event and the reason he stayed there at that house as the ghost, and why other people, left there just before I got home from Florida because the house was haunted. Did his spirit linger there to save us from the house burning down? I've often wondered that, and thanked him over the years. But anyway, I was looking for my hymnal. I was going to sing along. Yeah, yeah. There are some things I remember fighting with him too. You do, Richard? See, now, not everything or whatever, but that one particular battle scene, that one particular whatever, and there was something that he said when he was having a description, he was talking about, we were on the battlement and we all went in, and there was something, and as he described it, and then he showed this little movie clip of some soldiers on a thing, and I went, oh shit. I mean, it was like, you were there. Holy crap. So, Richard, maybe we were at the same battle. But all I know is that for all my life, I've never worked for the devil. I have done some devilish things. I've gotten in trouble that kind of moved me in that direction. And I did a dishonorable thing that I have discussed a little bit earlier here that I won't not go into any more detail. But it's that I do recognize it. I've made decisions. I did my best to fix my poor decisions. And but at the end of it all, I think my reward is not just being a hermit in the woods, but as a hermit in the woods, I've learned from that mistake and have gained from it, from the loneliness or the solitude that in the vision I was going to kill me and I was going to die lonely and heartless, and that part of it just isn't true because I changed that part of what I saw in the story. And so, still on property, still a hermit, still kind of sort of by myself, but the lonely part and depressed and all that. Now, a few years ago, that would have been true, but now, if I have reached that point in the story, future story thing, but I'm nowhere near like I thought I would be. I was going to be lonely, depressed, drunk, whatever, blah blah blah, and that ain't it. That ain't it. You know that part of that story is not true. So, can we affect the future? In my point of view, absolutely. And it's by small decisions that we make. But at the same time, it's like when I made certain decisions many years ago, they were good decisions. I bought this piece of property, it's paid off. To, later on today, I'm supposed to go to town and pay taxes. But with that said, though, um, I have fought tooth and nail. I have bled. I've almost lost limbs. I've got hammer strikes to my skull, and I'm still here. Is it perfect? No, but it's mine. It's paid for, and I'm still working to finish some things up. But there are times when I'm working on one thing, and on the other side of the house, termites or something else has tore something else up. But anyway, so I'm not as young as I used to be, but I haven't given up, and I'm not dead yet. So there's still progress, not as fast as I'd like, but future events, past events, and there are events that I don't know events, but I know they're in the future. What? I know there are events that are going to come up in my lifetime in the future. Well, duh, but I don't know what they are. Okay, but I know some of them are probably might be quite profound. Okay, do I know when, what, how, why, with who? No. But the general information from my life up to this point is what's in the future, some stuff, some more people, some more events, some more weather, maybe even some more kayaking and canoeing. But um, so what's in the future? Stuff. No, not all of it's going to be good. Some of it, for me, I'm not talking about other people now, but it probably some of this might be for other people too. But in that stuff's going to get weird and weirder. I've been talking weird for a couple of years about we're just going to have to get in our little inner tubes and ride these crazy waves. The spirits have been telling me for years that what do we do with these upcoming times? We get secure in our little tiny bathing suits. We put our PFDs on, our personal flotation devices. We learn how to swim and paddle, and we get in our damn inner tube because it will always bob with it. It won't flip over unless it's a huge wave. But we're more safer in an inner tube than we are in a boat or something like that, because no matter what, we're be in it and protected and still floating. Other things, maybe not so much. We could get thrown off a bit, but to the point. So grab your inner tube, grab your trunks. We got some incoming waves. How big? Not a clue. Are they coming? Yep. How are they going to turn us over, flip us over, or hurt us? Not a clue. Are some of the waves going to be big? Yeah. How big? Not a clue. So there are certain things I think all of us know are coming, but we really don't know the parameters. And should we really worry about the parameters, or should we make sure we know how to swim? We got our PFD, we got our flotation devices, and we're prepared. Maybe like for me, I might have goggles and a snorkel and a pair of swim pins. Um, okay, other people might not be necessarily feel that way. But with future events, the best thing we can do is like, well, are there going to be waves? Yes. We've had them and they're still incoming. Okay. So learn to swim, get an inner tube. If we know the waves are coming, you know. So the inner tube for this discussion in almost 5 hours um, is that spiritually, you make sure that your armor, your shield, you are protected. You have practiced with your sword and your shield. You are strong in what you know, and you don't have to know everything to be strong in what you know. and that you are one with the universe, that, and that whatever evil might come your way, whatever might come your way, not necessarily evil, but no matter what might come your way, you're going to deal with it the best way you know how. And if you need help, you're going to ask the universe to help out in whatever way they can. And have faith in that. Should we worry about the particulars? Nah, that's what gets us in trouble. When we start worrying about the particulars, that's when the particulars start coming true. So, what about the new year? Have a good year. 4 words, remember? Have a good year. Keep it simple and quite direct. Uh, I had a ghost tour of multiples. I don't know, but they left. I think I helped them complete something. Either way, they're gone. You know me from somewhere other than here, Richard. Probably. I'm. There are several folks who have found this channel, and there's just like elderberry, whatever it is. There's synchronicities with us. It's just it really is uncanny sometimes. From both of our points of view. I think sometimes, I can talk about him because he's not here. No, but I think it freaks him out more than it does me, because it's like, I think he's more surprised, I guess, than I'd be like, well, now that's interesting. We have that in common, right? Oh, so, but, oh, we have that in common. Oh, and you were thinking that the other day, and I can hear it in his voice, like he's excited and surprised, and I'm like, oh my God, So for me, I guess I've been at this a lot longer than some folks. So my the surprise is in my head and is more subdued, but I still find it intriguing, interesting, fun, and honorable, and all those good things. So but yeah, have we met before? I think several of us have, in whatever way, shape, or form that we have. And there are times when they tell me to get on like at 2 a.m, like today, because there's somebody on the other side of the planet or something, or whatever the reason uh, that is looking for us. You know, at some point we were a band of brothers, sisters, or crazy people. Who knows? But at some point, um, we are finding each other, whether we have met before or not, but we're finding each other in this time, because our energies and our mindsets, our understanding of things are like, that we get it with Dante, and that you and I at least have, believed that we fought with them, and so forth. But anyway, I think we're collecting here again. There was a movie I saw, and it was like they didn't know they were looking for each other, but when they met each other, they were like, "I know you, yeah, but I don't know you from now. I've known you were in my past, And so these people met, but it was destiny for them to meet. But they didn't know they were going to meet each other till they did, until their paths crossed. And then it was like, oh my God, we have, it's sort of like us right now, Travis and Richard and everything like that, in that we seem to know each other from somewhere, right? We don't know where. And is it really necessary that we know exactly? Not really. It would be interesting if we all had a date or a place that we like all dreamed of or agreed upon or something. That would be interesting. But the fact that we just kind of know in our hearts that we know each other from somewhere other than here, I'm good with that. And so are you, right? And that alone is like, wow, now that takes faith. It just takes faith. Well, it could happen. Well, that's just bullshit. They're talking out their head, or maybe not, because there are too many times in my lifetime, as I've described some of them in this session, that I've had too many other proofs of stuff and why I'm here for whatever reason I'm here, saving people's lives after being in accidents, whatever the deal is. Yeah, I'm here, and I'm still here. And with the grace of God and creation, I'll be here a little while longer. But as I'm sitting here just thinking about this and having this discussion, the 72 plus. Oh, I gotta go to sleep here in a minute, or soon. It's 5 hours now. But and I'm kind of sort of getting a backup, like, yeah, you were right about what you were thinking earlier, Dave. And I'm like, okay, is that, to not draw attention to myself, in that I put 72 plus in the title before to draw in folks who might identify with 72. Now that could be very detrimental to whatever, right? So, and I have been recognized enough that those folks who need to find me still will, or that find us, I should say, this channel. It ain't me, it's us. But that because of comments we some of us are heard that about something we were thinking about or mentioned, the confirmation for us that, yep, I agree with him. Whatever it is in the universe, yep, he just mentioned it. So for us, um, we will still meet here. For us, we are still. I don't like to use the word protection per se, but I do feel like my guardian angel is like talks with them. All right. So if something was going to be around or harm me or something, that I think my guardian angel would say, "Yo, wake up, get out, something." Now there might not be a spaceship land in the yard or whatever, but that's not my point. But that somehow that, and of course there are spirits, here that are like angel-ish that could help me, like they did when I was in the swamp those 3 days. So, but there's no sense in being rabbit and standing in the middle of the field and with no cover and asking for the hawk to come down and eat me, you know. So no sense in throwing that 72 out there, even though I felt like I was getting sideline type info, like don't give up, and I was picking topics that Dante seemed to have reinforced. So what am I saying about this? Um, I'm I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I am accomplishing what my mission is. From the early days, from Mother Mary and stuff along the way, Sister Helene and all these other things and people and stuff that I've met, the medicine man and the legend keepers and all of these important people that I've met over the years that have brought me to my point here. But as I've noticed, though, it correlates a lot with some of the basic ideas and feelings and spirituality and stuff and honor and of the Charistus, the Dante group, and so forth, of angels, right? So where I have felt that I've had been protected by my guardian angel all this time, uh, I've kind of sort of accepted that I have been, protected in whatever way. So I don't, like I said, there are people, well, I talk to, Gabriel all the time, and I talk to this one and this, look, they ain't got time for your nappy ass. No offense, and I feel I got the right information to be able to make that statement. They don't have time for your nappy ass. They are too busy with other stuff to be yakking with your stuff. Just say it, because as close as some of the things that I've talked about, having my, a video republished on their channel and other things, I don't talk about Gabriel and things and angels and names and stuff. No. But these other folks, I just go, I look at them and go, man, they're just blowing wind. Oh, I talked to Gabriel all day. And there was one lady, now she was a really nice lady, had a channel years ago, and then went off on a journey and never came back, at least to YouTube. But she was all the time, well, Mother Mary's sitting right here, right now. We're having this conversation. And I'm like, seriously? I've had her appear before me for real, honest to God. Okay. And she told me that she would have stayed longer, but she's really freaking busy. But you're having an hour and a half long conversation, and Mary's sitting in the room with you, and you're having tea, and everything's groovy. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Um, oh, yeah, she comes by all the time. I'm sorry, but she's a busy lady. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to just come by your house and have tea and have a 2 hour YouTube video and you're answering. I'm sorry. Could she be talking to an angel or something? Is it a representative? Absolutely. Okay. Oh no, it's Mary, nobody else, or it's Gabriel, or it's got to be these important names in the angel or whatever world. And for every time, my spirit guides will go like, she's too busy. He's too busy. No, she's not really talking to him. And I go, what? Well, she says she is. Nah, she ain't talking to Mary. Really? Yeah, right. So my own conversations with my own angel spirit guides who have like proven to me way too many times the truth. And I look at it and go, well, and so they say you should listen with a little bit of discernment and just think about this. What's that? She's busy. She has entities and people and stuff on other planets. She's busy. She ain't got time for this. Period. No offense and blah blah blah. And I was like, well, that's true, because when she showed up here at the house that last time, it was like, I'm here to tell you now's the time, get in gear. And she brought Sister Helene and Sister Teresa with her to just like prove the point. And then, but it was like, we're busy, gotta go, bye. And I understood, I was like, whoa, thanks for stopping in. But these people who swear to God they're having these long time conversations, and it can't be an angel, it's not something else. They're not posing as or feeling, no, it's Mary. Maybe it's an angel named Mary, but it ain't the Mary. Just saying. But anyway, it seems like some of these folks who have conversations with whatever they're conversing with. Now, I got to say, there was never anything bad or, you know, but sometimes it got a little weird and it was like, what are she talking about? Okay. And then, but what was interesting is that she just wasn't on YouTube anymore. And just, where she would do a weekly thing and a something, something, something. And it was always spiritual and stuff and this and that. And then, boom, she was gone. So I was like, whoa, maybe she met the real Mother Mary and decided that maybe she should not do that anymore. That was my first impression, because I was like, wow, because I kept wondering. The more she said she was talking, and the more she had, oh, she's right here in the room with me, and I was like, okay, I'm, you know. But here's the thing: does entities like that have the time that all of these people claim that they're having contact with? And I just shake my head and go, it's near impossible for all the people who claim they're having these conversations for the entity in question to actually be able to do what these people claim they've done, because these entities have other duties that are much more important than having chats with these folks. Just saying. So I know my spirit guides are my guides. I know they're my guardian angels. And there are times, and I've said this, there are times I get messages and they have the essence of Mary in them, but it's an email, with her stamp on it. And there are times when it's like, my folks will say, there is this sort of like a blanket statement, like Mother Mary's put out this thing, and, okay. So, and then there are times when it's just meant for me. Rarely, but it's there. And so she doesn't come to visit me. She hasn't appeared back in the house. And I was really surprised when them three ladies showed up at my house that night. But all I have to do is, it's like smell her perfume, if you will. It's her. Okay. This message is from her. It's got that essence of her. And so, and here it is. Okay. And it's like, I don't know, a little while back, folks were being really depressed and stuff. And the message was, Dave, you got to get in here and you got to try to find some way to uplift these people and do something silly and make them laugh. Um, you know, and it was back a, a while back that, you can talk about depressing stuff, but you got to be able to give some kind of positive way to get out of it. Like, okay, we're talking about all these energies, but here's some basic instructions that people could follow to help strengthen their own personal aura and help get their mind and so forth. And it's easy to do, and and may really help them in the long run. And so it's like, okay, you don't listen to me, but these are messages these guys up here, the angel folk, are trying to warn. Here you go. So I'm just a messenger. Believe you what you want. Uh, but if it gets to be too bad, we'll have another meeting. We'll have another get together. And ooh, not quite enough light. Okay, it's getting light outside, but not light enough for this. But anyway, so we got a lot of stuff coming up. I get to do told to do things. I get told to go out and go to places, not to do anything but to just think and receive. I get answers sent and conundrums to ponder. Yep, me too. Find it difficult to talk about it as most don't understand it or feel it. Yeah, did you hear my topic the other day, yesterday? The conscious deliberate thingy, that was, oh my God. I looked at them folks and I said, you want me to talk about what? you know but there was 5 hours on it. There was something from my mother's. It was important. I believe she had both M and K essence. I feel she was the key. My mother had more of the K essence. Grandmother around 95. Well, that's good, Richard, honestly. But Dante has mentioned this too, and it was like, um, for example, some of the folks that have turned traitor, right? So you pick somebody and they want to be a 72, they would do this and do that, supposedly have, the right essence or whatever. and then they are, turncoats. But there are the other side too, with Vlash and Mater hybrid essence in them, and they don't necessarily have to be bad and work for the Charistas. So, what you're born with does not necessarily you have to be that, you know. Um, so for some people though, like for me, I tried my best to get out of my contract by being drunk and on drugs and not aware and being a pissant, and I didn't intentionally go out to harm people, but because of my behavior and condition, I did. So, but I think because of this basic rule, and Dante's kind of pretty much have said it, you know, you can believe or not to believe. It's up to you. We do have a free will. Now, there are those of us who are given paths or tasks or jobs or soul contracts, whatever you want to call it, right? We can choose to not do it. We can quit the mission anytime and suffer the consequences. I tried to quit my mission many times, got my butt kicked. I'm talking about. So, and I, as I, if I look back on it, and I am of the Charistus, and it wasn't just a that I'm an oddball guy picked out to do this task, right? That somehow I was part of a bigger something all them years ago, and that I'm supposed that in my world I'm supposed to make it through the calamity, whatever the calamity is, and be here on the other side to show people the old ways to do things, like trees and plants and medicinals and stuff. So, thus, I've been buying books and things. And my dear sister bought me 2 books on medicinals and herbal medicine for Christmas. So, that was just a lovely present she sent me. That was sitting in my neighbor's house for 2 days on the back porch. Uh, so, I believe that free will is like what the rule. So we have um, we have our chores or tasks, and for me, I you know had something laid out for me that I have been reminded of over the years, and it's like okay. And so with that said, um, you know, um, for whatever in my vision as a child, that as old age, that what I would be doing would be to help folks remember, bring them back to the common, to the land, to the understanding, to not necessarily leave technology behind, but to remember the earth and Mother Earth and that, So it's like, yep, I got it. And so over the years, and when I finally accepted my role as to be the shaman in training, because no other religion or faith or whatever, and as a shaman's journey is spiritual to learn about all nature and all things, that fits me. So, so I had to accept there are many things and tricks and learnings and stuff over the years, and chat with the spirit guides to say, okay, you really want me? This is what I'm supposed to do. I am actually a shaman in training. Yeah, and accept it. But nah, you are okay. So I'm still learning. I'm still in training. Um, I'm learning stuff every day. I'm blown away, Richard, that these last couple of walks in the park with these folks. and showing me these really crazy topics. And they told me, be patient. The reason why we showed you this will come out soon enough. But here's the basis, here's the stuff, share it as much as you can, and grab your inner tube. We got lots of waves of energy to deal with and stuff. So we got to, not get mad at each other when somebody's feeling a little out of sorts. The energies are making us feel a little weird or something. We just got to be patient. We got to be strong and not let other folks, interfere with us and sway us or, beat us up or, whatever. We got to be strong. We got to, and be loyal and honest and all that good stuff. So I have talked way long enough because it's 5 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm going to smoke this cigarette and get something to drink, and I got to go to sleep because I got chores to do really soon. So, Richard, great talking with you. Travis, it's always good to see you. Every group has a Judas. They always, so you're just like them, even when you shouldn't. Evil side. Well, Travis, with Dante, and actually that Judas, the story about Judas isn't quite right the way the Bible says, and that Judas, he had a role to play, and that there's a whole lot more to the Judas story than what's written in the Bible. That it was sort of a plan that they were following, and that Judas had to do the kiss the right person because they didn't know who to arrest. And it is said that the scapegoat was not Jesus, okay, and that someone else, that was supposed to be on the cross was not. And Judas's role was to kiss the wrong person so Jesus could escape. Now, how about that one? So, but just saying, there are different versions. There are a lot of lies that have been told, especially them damn Catholics, you know, you know. And I was just listening to Remnant Radio on YouTube tonight, and there are so many Catholics that are literally, El Popo has been putting out some decrees and stuff, and there are folks and priests and bishops who are going, don't listen to that crazy guy. He claims he's the Pope. Don't listen to him. That he's literally tearing the church apart. Now, I'm not Catholic anymore, but the idea that, I have been watching the destruction for a long time, as many of us have, but I was a whole lot more aware of it than some people. But now that people, Catholics and other folks around the world are going, this guy's not the Pope, is he? He shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff, right? And it's obvious the guy's cuckoo. He's in his 80s and he's a little nutty, and he's got an agenda that doesn't fit the Catholic Church. It fits somebody else's agenda, and is I can't think of that priest's name, but he said that in 1963 or 64, Father, what's his name, that was on Art Bell and wrote all them books, that Lucifer is in charge of the Vatican, has taken over. There's a lot of other information, other people. I a couple of videos ago, I talked about, Louis Sagami in over there in Italy and so forth, and the stuff that he's been talking about for many years, and other folks in Rome and not necessarily associated with the church have been talking about stuff, and other things that have been covered up by, the Italian government and stuff. Priests having cocaine parties, on church, on some of the altars and stuff, having gay, sure enough, wild bashing sex, cocaine, and stuff. Little boys that like the cops caught, little boys running from this underground basement stairs or something, and they were like, what's going on? And they were like, help, 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 help. And what? And they took the police down and arrested all these folks. And one of them was, several of them were cardinals, and some of them high muckety mucks in the Vatican, and they had underage boys in there and all kinds of weirdness. But them folks keep that stuff out of the big news. But in the local news back a few years ago, it was a really big deal. But we over here didn't hear that part. But there were folks in Rome and places was going, look what just happened to the Vatican. Priests arrested for sodomizing young boys. It's like, what? And then the story just disappeared. So there are lots of things that we don't know about. Lots of things currently going on. Lots of things that have been going on for a long time, and people still don't know about it. So remember, we're going to be learning some new stuff. A lot of changes going on. These energies are coming from these people, as well as energies coming from outer space. Because, like the video I did the other night about, you know, um, topics end up with the consciousness. The topic of abortion has become an invisible monster because of the people talking about it, thinking about it, things written and now on the internet and so forth. It has become its own entity. And, so there's stuff that's out there walking around and doing stuff that there's another slug. Um, they should have, yeah, they should have strung him up. It was just like everyone else does. And I kissed the wrong person one time too, but she wouldn't look at it that way. Yeah, Judas had to do what he had to do. Yeah, and see, there for me, and growing up as a Catholic, we had to read the Bible all the time. It was all there was catechism and this and that, and then there was the church law and all this stuff, right? So, but in reading it, in front of the congregation on Sundays and stuff, there were just holes, just stuff. And I mean, as a 13, 14, 15-year-old kid, I was like, some of this just doesn't jive. So when I asked questions about it, I got my hand slapped or, whatever, for being an idiot. But, then later on, Sister Aline answered some of them questions. And then later on, um, um, why can't I ever remember that priest's name? Anyway, so be safe, y'all. I got to go pay taxes and thank God I saved up enough money this year so I don't have to worry about it cutting into my monthly salary. It's $400 a year, so it averages out, 12 into, 10 into 400 is $40, right? So I have to save roughly $40 a month over 10 months to have my $400 to pay the taxes. So this year I was like bound and determined that I was going to put money aside and that by the end of the year I would have enough saved to pay the taxes and I wouldn't have to take it out of my monthly salary. So if I took $400 out of my $1,000, I'd only have $600, right? So, and I got other things to pay. So it would have made December really, really tough. I've saved up enough money so I got it this year. And I had it last year too. But, um, you know, I used to not do it. I used to worry about my taxes and, oh my God, how am I going to come up with enough money to pay my taxes? One year I almost lost the property because I did not budget. And when the time came time, I did not have the money to pay the taxes. And they were going to sell the property on the courthouse lawn square kind of thing. So, but that's when it was like, if you just take a little bit out every month, Well, I know, no, you don't know, and so I knuckled down several years ago and said, okie dokie, $40 a month, one way or the other. I'll give up going to the movie or something, but $40 a month, because at the end of the year, when it's Christmas time and other stuff, and you got to crap that money out of 1 month's salary, it's like, oh, holy crap. So the last 3 or 4 years, I've been able to pay it on time, and I've been able to pay it all without dipping into my monthly stipend. So it's like, hallelujah. We learn lessons over the years, right? Yeah. Blessings to all you too, Richard. That ex friend I talked about, the one I took a cookie to earlier, got one kiss out of her. Oh, okay. Yeah. There are many times when I honestly, I'm like, are you guys sure I'm supposed to, it's 2 in the morning, right? And they go, yeah, whatever it is necessary in the universe. And I just, say, okie dokie. And I show up here, and so do you all. So, that said, there is synchronicity in that. And I do my best to follow my angel guides and so forth. And that's all I can ask for all of you. Find your own spirit guides or trust in your own angels, your higher self, however you want to look at it. Trust in them and believe, 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 believe. Please. Whatever is coming at us here in the future, we need to take it with a grain of salt. We need to be whatever prepared that we can. And I don't mean over prepare and be crazy. I mean personally prepared. If something comes, we're going to deal with it. How? I don't know. But I'm going to trust in the universe. I'm going to trust in the spirit. I'm going to trust in my angel guide that whatever comes my way, I'm going to deal with it one way or the other. Hardships, when the hurricane came through a couple of years ago, the lights were out. It was hot. It was humid. It was nasty. Couldn't go anywhere. There wasn't any gas. Nothing was open. And it was like, but we made it. Them few days was sucked big time. Wasn't nothing we could do about it. Um, where any of us in, well, there were people who were in harm's way because they didn't have electricity and they really needed it for medical devices and such. But for me down here in the swamp, it was hot, it was uncomfortable, but it was okay. We made it, right? So, good morning and good night and good afternoon, everyone. Uh, yeah, thank you, Travis, for hanging out. It was really good. Y'all shared with me the DS stuff and the sword in the archery and that kind of thing. Um, because for me, it's just like, it just solidifies and, concrete in my heart that, yeah, we have met before in whatever way. We have been working for I hope, the right side. And, you know, and we try to be honorable and we made mistakes and we tried to correct them and that kind of thing. So um let's keep up the good work. you know I'm sure we all have more to learn and more to realize within ourselves, but people keep talking about learning about power. The biggest power you could attain is to regain your own self and regain your own power and regain control over your emotions and all that kind of good stuff. So, my friends, I'm going to take a nap, and a friend of mine is going to wake me up in an hour or two to take me into town when the courthouse opens so we can pay our taxes. And then I'll probably sleep this afternoon when I get home. So, all y'all, be safe, be kind, and be compassionate when it's necessary. So, I've been saying the closing prayer over the last several hours, but I will continue in this law, that, number 4 or 5 or whatever for the prayer. But it is my continuing prayer that each and every day, that each and every one of you continue to learn, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Please be safe, and I will see you soon. Cheers, everybody! Thank you, Richard and Travis. It was really good with your participation this morning. Thank you. Uh, it helps me out. You know what I mean? So have a great day. And for those of you have listening in the background, y'all be safe too. We're all in this together. So be safe, be kind, be sweet. Cheers and TFN. Talk for now, friends. Wee.